The Doohan cars in behind them as well. Gilliam was lighting up the green box to the first sector. Whether that means anything for the end of the lap. Remember, 1:31.397 the benchmark at the moment. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars within a tenth of a second of that. So the top 7 covered by a tenth. There's the Hyundai Excel and Formula V type margins, ladies and gentlemen. And look at how close they're getting. Just somebody remind them that this is qualifying. My goodness. Could you have imagined if the hot lap had been undone by a tap from behind from the teammate? That would not have gone down well in the postmortems.
Yeah, and look, that's always the trickiest part too, is when you've got a teammate and you're trying to help each other, is that you leave enough of a gap where you can get that aero advantage, but not enough where you're going to almost make contact and probably have to brake a little bit harder than you normally would. So that could be a little bit costly there, but for Hampstead and Ellis. But, you know, at the end of the day, they're having one last red hot go at it, and this will be it as they come to the start-finish line for these guys.
1:31.397 the time to beat for Brady Myers. Let's wait and see what he can do. No, it's a 1:31.704. No improvement from the 22. Checker flag is out. Kostecki to the top. 1:31.239. Kostecki and Phil Sell saved their best until last. Gilliam's gone second, not been able to improve. James Scott's popped up into third spot. Dylan Rudd to fourth. Myers is plummeting down the order at the moment, back to fifth. Tyson Broad in the 27, currently sitting 42nd. Can he improve on that? We'll wait and see. It looks like he's been able to find half a second. Up to 33rd. Luke Rosella, the 55, jumped up in a third spot. So the 55 has come from out of the clouds right at the death of the session. And of course, that's Luke Rosella entry. I mean, let's highlight the most important bit of detail here. His co-driver is Richie Stanaway. Here's Andrew Dyson, a late entry with Brian Borg, the 41st place car at the moment, the 017. They're not going to improve. Their fastest time is where they'll start, 1:32.138. They're not going to find any time in this third and final sector. 1:31.239. Kostecki found a 10th at the death. And all of a sudden, those fine margins have ballooned out. 0.158 the pole margin. And then all of a sudden, it's about half a tenth of a second covering the next 6 cars. And Brady Myers in all of that, unfortunately, the big loser, the sitting duck, if you like, he plummeted down to 7th position, the Trans-Tasman Racing entry, and will start behind Griffin Gardner. And Madison Down and Rehan Leonage, the number 1, they have come home in 8th place, 0.222 off the pole. But that is the last time tonight where one lap race pace is going to dictate anything. Now it's about the strategy and the longevity of what's to come. As we have a look now, ladies and gentlemen, at the results from qualifying there for you. And Sam, man, I think I'll get you to do the honours here for the moment.
So our pole sitter, Brody Kostecki, what a great lap there. And Andrew Gilliam in your front row for the Doing OK Lobs cars. Impressive run through qualifying for those. And we go back and it's a Lobs second row with Luke Rosella and James Scott.
So play seat pole position to Brody Kostecki. And more Doing cars in the third row. Gianni Latsu in the 990 with Dylan Rudd. And Damon Woods in the 93. Those guys will start from the third row. The fourth row.
Yeah, all Trans-Tasman Racing here for Brady Myers and Madison Down. We spoke about the Madison Down and Rehan Leonage, so it's good to see them inside the top 8. Puts them in a good spell.
And then the fifth row, of course, more Trans-Tasman entries. Joshua Anderson from the inside of 5. Jake Burton from the outside with their respective co-drivers. Remembering, folks, of course, that we'll find out very shortly who's starting this race and who's going to be sitting on and watching on from the sideline. Jake Maloney and Marcelo Rivera for Evolution Racing from row number 6. So a good flurry of Trans-Tasman cars in the first half dozen of the field.
Go back as Rick Konexov and Job Stewart rounding up position 13 and 14. Wayne Burke in 15th and Dylan Pereira on 16th. And it doesn't matter where you start on this grid. I'm just jealous that they're actually on the grid themselves. I know I'd love to be behind the wheel getting ready for this as Hayden Veld in 17th and Blake Warboys in 18th.
I think I'm much more comfortable here in the commentary box, just quietly. Chris Coxhead for Synergy Sim Racing, the 88 will start from 19th. And then, of course, Jamie Stolvold in the 707 from the outside of row 10. And still they come. Hayden Sell for 9.5 SimSport and Brad Ryan for Evolution Racing from 11. And from 12, it'll be Robert Gibbs and Lee Ellis. So Evolution Racing from the inside of 12 and Trent Tasman from the outside.
Yeah, Harley Haber in 25th and Daniel Hall in 26th. A gorgeous looking Logitech G Commodore. Kyle Stokes in 27th and Kirk Stenberg back in 28th. We saw his dramas in qualifying, so unfortunately it didn't go as great as he would have liked, but he's the main important thing is he's on the grid.
Indeed. We'll have some drivers joining us for a chat in just a moment here, folks. Ewan Baker and Scott Mackay from the 15th row of the grid. And the 16th row of the grid, actually, we'll come back to that in just a moment, folks. How about that? Let's bring some drivers in here for a chat if we can. And I'm unable to control that one, so we'll get the producers and directors to look after that one for us. We'll have a chat to Brody Kostecki and Madison Down and Brady Myers. They're getting ready to have a chat to us here as we stand by for race start very shortly, folks. Brody Kostecki, first cab off the rank. You got Sandman and Zach Caban here in the booth with you, mate. We hope you can hear us. Nice to have you on board. Difficult task jumping into the seat tonight with Jared Filsell. You guys come in as somewhat unbackable favourites, given Filsell's form in the moment, given your pedigree as well, with everything you've done in supercars in recent years, mates. Nice to have you on board. Welcome to the show, and well done on getting the job done very late in the session there.
Yeah, no, thanks guys. Thanks for having me tonight. But yeah, no, it was a great start to quality there. We had all the doing okay Mobs esports cars in the top 6. So yeah, really strong form by the whole team. And yeah, looking forward to starting this race off with Jared. Jared starting off, and yeah, we'll just have to be there at the end.
What's the plan of attack, mates? I mean, is Jared thinking long term with regards to his current championship lead, or are you just worried on the next 3 races and getting the Enduro Cup in the bag as well?
Jared can't think past the next 5 minutes, so he'll just be trying to get through turn 1, and yeah, we'll go from there. And yeah, the car feels awesome. So just got to try and manage the tyres in the race. It's this track's proving to be quite difficult to actually drive and keep the tyre temps under control. So yeah, I'm sure it'll be an interesting race up front, and yeah, hopefully we have all of our ducks in a row and we you know, make the right calls if there's any safety cars or whatnot. And yeah, we'll just have to play it out and see what happens.
And very quickly, last one before I let you go. Obviously, you're not used to running the Interlagos circuit in your real-world supercar, mate. What are your impressions of this circuit, and how are you enjoying it?
I don't think I'll be making any trips to Brazil anytime soon to race at Interlagos from my initial impressions, to be honest. But no, it's I think it'll be a really interesting race, to be honest. There's a long front straight with the drafting, and the infield's really tight as well. So you know, plenty of passing opportunities. So it should be a very good race coming up shortly. And of course, it's not lost on anybody. A bit more traffic to contend with here than what you'd be used to in the current Supercars Championship field. Yeah, most definitely. You know, having 40 plus cars on the grids, you know, pretty awesome. But it also you know, makes the strategy quite interesting as well. Trying to make sure you pop out in clean air, and yeah, just, you know, that's what we're going to be trying to do here tonight. And if we can do that well, we should end up in good shape at the end. All right, mate. Very nicely done. Best of luck to you and Jared. Go well tonight. We look forward to catching up throughout. Cheers. Thanks, guys. And the number one's in the house, Sam, man. And given how excited you are about this combination, I think I might let you say g'day to Madison now as we continue the games and grid walk.
Yes, Matt joined with Madison Down. Mate, I've said it on the broadcast, and you probably knew anyway, yourself and Rehan, you guys are sort of going in as my favourite driver pairings for this race. How's that all playing out so far? So far, so good, I would imagine.
Yeah, so far so good. Didn't quite execute quality as well as what we could have there. Just locked a break at a critical point in the mid-sector, but we've got pace, it looks like. I mean, we've got a lot of cars in front of us to get by, but confident in the driver pairing. I mean, it's probably a bit like me and you, Sandman, back in the day. You know, young kid coming through the ranks, so keen to help out Rehan where we can, and he's doing an awesome job. So looking forward to what he does here at the start.
I'm thrilled, and I know, no doubt he is. But I love the fact that you've taken him under your wing and you've put him in your seat for this enduro. It's incredible to have a young fella like that, and it is exactly what you say. I mean, there's a lot of people that don't know that Madison and I go back quite some time, and I saw how quick he was as a whippersnapper, and I couldn't beat him. So what did I do? I threw him in my team and just had him as a teammate. So, but I reckon, like you said, there's a lot of your talent that I can see in Rehan, and I reckon he's got a bright future ahead.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw that same thing as a team and looked at how fast he's been in the last few years, and he's only, you know, getting faster and faster, and he's still only that 14 years old, which is actually about the same time I got involved in PC sim racing. So a lot of full circle moments for me, and yeah, looking forward to it. I mean, it's a double A combination for us as well. So yeah, it gives us good flexibility, and we should have a good race.
And he's in the seat to go for the start.
Yeah, we'll start Rehan. I'm not sure what the strategy is going to look like. He'll probably do, if we can get away with a single, we'll do a single, but obviously he's got enough pace. If he needs to go again, we'll put him in again. So, but yeah, he'll be starting the race.
Well, hats off to you and TTR, mate, for taking a young fella under your wing, mate. I really love it. You know, it's easy to go for a safe driver pairing and probably, you know, possibly have it in the bag. But when you know, you're not even taking a gamble, because we've seen how quick Rehan is. But for you to do that in the Trans-Tasman fold is a real credit to you and the team. And mate, wish you all the best for tonight.
Thanks, guys. Hopefully we chat to you at the end.
Fingers crossed. There you go. Madison down and Rehan. So Rehan's in the car. No doubt the nerves will be climbing for him in that Trans-Tasman Commodore. But, mate, what a field for that top 10 where we've got the Lobs cars versus the TTR cars.
Exactly. And a couple of other teams throwing their hat into the ring here across the course at the 117 laps to come. Synergy Sim Racing there represented through the 89 in position number 8. I can't wait to see what unfolds across the course of the next 117 laps, and I'm sure you're as excited as I am, Sam. Man, if it's not, in your opinion, if it's not Phil Sell and Kostecki, or your other favourite being Down and Leonage, who and why?
Oh, mate. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I can't, you know, you don't even have to be in the top 5 to win this race. You know, anyone throughout this field, you have a look at all those cars, any one of those drivers could take this win tonight. Obviously, you've got your red hot favourites in every racing event, but look at that grid. Like, the winner can come from absolutely anywhere, and we may be talking about that tonight at the end of the race.
Well, we may. If you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Great to have you on board. An endurance dose of Friday Night Motorsport for you and the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series. Round 8 of the championship, round 1 of the True Force Enduro Cup. Keep your eyes peeled throughout the course tonight too, folks. I mean, obviously, we've just gone through and covered off playset pole position and the Gamesman grid walk, but very shortly, our attention's going to turn to the race, and I want you to keep your eyes peeled throughout for a potential hard charger. Of course, the OG Gear Hard Charger Award last time out went to the potential Rookie of the Year in Zach Ray White. He's the best placed Rookie of the Year at the moment, and he went from 41st to 17th at Monza, and that was in a sprint race. He's got a little bit more time to play with this time out. So what a magnificent sight that is. We're in the starters' hands, ladies and gentlemen. Round 8 of the championship. Round 1 of the True Force Enduro Cup from Interlagos in Brazil. Let's go. The field makes their way down towards the first corner. They're going to pop in a shot at the tick of the clock. There they go. Great start. Clean start. As they make their way through the first corner and on the run down out of 2 and 3, and it looks like, remarkably, a safe and clean start. Everybody away smoothly on the run down for the first time. Kostecki and Phil Silver going to lead us through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at those touring cars lining up. Take the fight to Trans-Tasman at the early stages here, and they've come out in force to lead it and make it 6th as well as they head to the top of the hill for the first time. The 22 slotted in the second spot. A little bit of a bobble at the top of the hill, but thankfully, so far so good, Sam.
Yeah, and these Lobs guys, they'll all be talking to each other, knowing that they're just going to give each other plenty of room. Let this first lap or two just let it play out, because they all just need to get themselves into a rhythm. Ideally, they'd love all to get single file, but there's a couple of people just making a dive there as well. So, you know, everyone's just trying to get that groove. The nerves will be building. They know what they've got in front of them. So, thankfully, with all those teammates around each other at the front, they can actually talk to each other, and they don't have to be worried about someone making a big dive. Like we can see Gibbs, the Gibbs car there, just trying to put a nose up along the inside. But so far, so good. A nice, clean opening lap.
And already the battle on in earnest for second as they come across the line. So Kostecki and Phil Sill have checked out. They've got a good second and a half on the chasing pack as they hit turn 1 for the second time. Doing cars 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the early stages. Rick Kuznetsov's made an okay start as well. Ross Rizzo and Michael Talianic have also got away okay. But at the front, no one's stopping the doing cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So Kostecki and Phil Sill have really made a statement in the early stages here, Sam, and they've said, look, we're happy to lead from the front. Catch us if you can.
Yeah, and look, you know, we don't know how this race is going to play out. It's such a long one, and you know, at the end of the day, safety cars could be a real factor. You know, we just don't know. So, you know, so far so good. Oh, a little bit dicey back here. Just everyone being smart, but also just making sure that they're there or thereabouts, and they want to stay in touch with everyone. Well, you can see another dive there up the inside. Everyone giving each other plenty of room, but so far so good. The opening laps here at Interlagos. Oh, just as I say that, I put the muzzle. There's a car round, so there was contact there. Unbelievable. Looks like he's got away with it. Lewis is now going to point it the right direction. No one else is there behind him, so thankfully there's no damage to that car. But just as I was praising him for a good, clean couple of laps, that all unfolded.
Indeed. Total pole left-hand side of the screen there, folks. We were having a small issue with that, but it's updated for us now just nicely. They're in 10th place. Emily Jones with Jake Burton, a very good start from that combination. Emily up in 11th. No hold start in the early stages. Job Stewart down there on the inside of the 8 and goes into 10th place. Plenty of battles unfolding left, right and centre at the moment. We're watching the battle for 10th, and it's a 4-way fight. Stewart, Jones, and then the 89 Synergy Sim Racing entry. Rick Kuznetsov in the 888 in behind them as well, as they head down to turn 4 for the third time. Lap 3 of 117. Two things that are going to be interesting here. How early we see stops for fuel and tyres, and whether safety cars will dictate that. Thankfully, we've got away without needing the safety car after the 900 ended up turned around and pointing the wrong way. Starting down in, they're now placed down in 45th position. Lewis Greathead and Andre Yusuf. The only way forward for them for the rest of the night. The only way is up when you're that far down this early in the contest, and that unfortunately does compromise them going forward. You wanted to avoid trouble going early, they're right able to do so.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, as difficult as it is, it's happened on lap 2. So there's a long way to go in this race. You know, there could be safety cars, you know, so they're not out of the picture yet. And I think the main thing that they can take away from it is that they got no damage too. So they can just push on. They got a little bit of clear air now. Just knuckle down, put it behind them, and now just think about how their race is going to play out over the next 114, 15 laps.
Enjoy the sound and noise of that, ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way down the main straight towards turn 1. Phil Sells still leading this race early, 3 wide further back. The number 2 entry making its way down there on the inside. Robert Gibbs, Lachlan Capel making a move early, trying desperately to find clear real estate. Kobe Williams leading the next battle pack through for 15th onwards. And so much of this field still very bunched up in the early stages. So all that talk about trying to find clear air, good luck in the early stages of this race. Contact between the teammates. That wasn't in the script. And it's opened the door up for the Trans-Tasman boys to work their way into the mix.
That's the problem that they've got, is a little bit pacey there. They can see that the TTR cars are right there starting to close in on them. But yeah, like we said, that's the last thing you want between teammates is contact. But thankfully they got away with it. It was just a tiny little bit of nose to tail, and they didn't end up spinning each other out. But that was a close one, and that'll sort of raise the eyebrows for the Lobs guys.
So there's the 22 that we were keeping a very close eye on in the latter stages of qualifying. Of course, Brady Myers and Ethan Warren. Warren started that race. Here's a replay of that early incident. And have a look at, there was door-to-door contact. Rear, what would we say? Rear left being punched by front right. And there'll be a 10-second penalty coming the way of the Trans-Tasman car that was the protagonist of that car. That was Macaulay Jones, unfortunately. So already the wildcard entry has got an invoice to pay. And in comes more drama for Richie Stanaway, boxed in here in position number 5. Riding on board with him now, following James Golding. He's got the Trans-Tasman entry breathing down his neck, and behind them as well, just a log jam of cars trying to find their way through. Joe Stewart up around the outside in car number 35, driving with Ruben Goodall at this point as they head up towards the top of the hill once more.
They're looking quite racy back there, aren't they? I mean, you know, we know it's only the opening laps, but geez, they're really sort of making these moves and putting it at the inside. Like, I thought it'd be a little bit more calmer. You know, these guys, you know, they are still darting around a little bit, just trying to, but, you know, we've already seen that contact, unfortunately, with Macaulay Jones. But, you know, at the end of the day, they've still got plenty of time to bounce back from that. But, man, yeah, these cars moving around and just taking those positions, it's good, hard racing. And thankfully, it hasn't gone to custard too much for a lot of these drivers.
Emily Jones has lost a couple of spots since the last time we checked in, but still very much there at the back of the train at the moment. No one's been able to break clear of the tow, so, I mean, that's good news for those of you watching on at home. Action everywhere you look, but not necessarily good news for these guys that are trying to find some sort of clear air to go about their business with some sort of peace and quiet and calm about it, but no, the intensity's at high level at the moment. Richie Stanaway up into 4th place now.
Yeah, he's got his teammate behind him, looking a little bit racy. You can see as Richie looks out the front window, he can see his other teammates there. Oh, is it going to be Myers getting up the inside? It's really close. He's got enough side of him, so it's side by side. So Ethan Warren gets the job done. Oh, he's gone. He sent him in through the grass. He's going to gather it up, didn't make any contact. Oh, the stewards are going to have to look at that one. That was unfortunate, but I'm staying out of that.
Yeah, look, it was a very brave and bold move from Warren so early in the piece. Used all of the ripple strip going into turn 4, and then no one wanted to, yield or be polite about it. So this is the result, ladies and gentlemen. The OG Gear replay for you. Both forced wide through turn 5. And the end result is that the TTR entry plummets down the order.
Yeah, that's something that the stewards will probably have to look at an aerial view just to see who was moving across on who, because that Lobs car, there wasn't much more real estate that Lobs car could move over. So, yeah, to get a real indication of that, it's going to be an aerial view. But again, I'll say each and every round, so I'm glad I'm not in the steward's office and thankfully behind a microphone.
Exactly. So margin so far, 2.3 the margin first to second. Car number 94, Jared Filsell, the championship leader, leads the way here at the end of, where the hell did the first 6 laps go? That has gone very, very fast. It's an indication of the tempo and the pace that's going to be set for the rest of the night here, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable sight here. Still trying to sort themselves out into single file formation this far down the pack. That's car number 115 being elbowed out and losing a couple of spots going through turn 5 as well. So on the right-hand side of your screen, that is the battle for 22nd that you're looking at, ladies and gentlemen. So that just gives you an indication as to how hard fought every single bit of real estate is going to be around here tonight. The Logitech entry.
I wonder if it looked like he was slowing, whether he was just trying to get back in the train and get single file again. But looks like he's up to speed again, which is good. But, I thought they were slowing down there. Oh, a bit of a dive here up the inside. Nice and clean. So Paul Young Now he puts him on the outside of the racetrack. That's the tricky part about this racetrack, is that you set yourself up for a nice inside move, but then it puts you on the outside, and now he's a sitting duck and loses a spot there. So that's one of the beauties about this racetrack.
And they're arguing still. Yeah, there was definitely a little bit of SMSing going on there. The Synergy entry up on the outside, so we're riding on board with Sean McNamara in 31st at the moment. Looking back to 32nd, which is, of course, the Paul Young entry in behind him there. Car 4, 3 wide. Oh, that's not going to end well. Trouble. Round goes to 2-2-2. 34th at a moment. Thankfully, nobody else caught up in that. Faulkner drops a bunch of spots, keeps the foot stuck into it, and presses on.
Yeah, thankfully he kept it nice and straight. He got in there a little bit deep, might have made contact. I think it was a TTR car in front of him, and then that pinched him in. He was, lucky not to get turned around or cause any other cars to spin, but he's going the right direction. He lost a couple of spots, but thankfully the car's nice and straight for him.
Lap 8 of 117, caution free thus far. 2x2 on the run up through turn 6.
Oh, look, no way through wide.
Hang on. They're not running Hyundai XLs, they're running supercars, ladies and gentlemen. They're trying to go 3 wide through right-hand hairpins.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of bump and grind there. They're not giving an inch here. But man, 3 wide through that part of the racetrack is not the smartest of decisions, but thankfully they all got out on the other side and are able to push on. But that was a hold your breath moment there for a moment or so.
We're riding on board with Ty Delaney, who will hand over to Brady Baldwin a little bit later on. 40th position at the moment. That's not a fair indication, I wouldn't imagine, of what these two bring to the table. I've seen Brady Baldwin in action in sim racing service for many a year, and they are better than what their current position would indicate, but we've still got a long way to go. The question is, can they? I mean, I've commentated on a lot of sim racing over the course of the last 5 years, Sam, man, but I'm not yet sure if I've seen an opening 8 laps as intense as that.
No,
the question is, can they keep up the intensity for the next 109?
That's it. And you know the teammates throughout these series, they'll be in their ear saying, there's a long way to go. Their co-drivers will be talking to them, and you can see just back here too, they're still battling side by side. Makes for a good show, but it makes the team motors sweat a little bit.
Yep, Rainer Costello's 23rd in that battle at the moment. Ewan Baker up on the inside of Brad Ryan forcing the issue. Costello might want to capitalise on this as well. To the right-hander, can't get his nose far enough up on the inside. Ryan immediately on the switchback. They're rubbing panels, ladies and gentlemen. The battle for 21st. I want to bring it around this time. The switchback. And got it done. But unfortunately, still on the wrong side of the racetrack to make it stick.
That was cool, wasn't it? Yeah, and that just showed. We were talking about that earlier, about that switch where lock of a tyre. That's going to it's going to be escorted wide. Harley Haber, wow, just managed to stay on the black stuff just enough. And look at this, Rehan Linash, moving into P4 now. So the young fella is on the charge at the moment now.
So that was Rainer Costello that had the little lock-up moment. And they're still arguing over 10th and 11th at the moment. So Corey Shepherd, that was, getting into the side of James Golding. So Golding's dropped a bunch of spots since the last time we checked in. Car number 201 is now salvaging 10th, trying desperately to stay inside the top 10, but he's got a target on his back as far as the eye can see, because he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 ready to pounce. The first of those being the 29er Shepherd. So Gianni Lutzky's got up to 3rd. Rehan Leonage the next target there. Meanwhile, 1st and 2nd have buggered off. They're gone. They've taken off down the road. Phil Cell leads by 3.2, and then it's 4.9 from that 088, of course, which has James Scott and Ryan Wood behind the wheel tonight. He has 4.9 seconds back to this fight. Gianni Lazzi, Rehan Leonage, Richie Stenaway, Damon Woods, Joe Stewart. And the 89 Synergy Sim Racing entry, of course, which has Wayne Burke and Brett Loxton behind the wheel, and then back to Rick Kuznetsov. So that's a 7-way fight for 3rd at the moment, but they've lost sight of 1st and 2nd at this point.
Yeah, that'd be dangerous, wouldn't it, if it was a sprint round? But thankfully, being in an endurance race, there's so many different things can play out. So throughout this race, they're not too concerned yet. It's not ideal, obviously, when you've got the leader disappearing up the racetrack. But at the end of the day, they don't have to stress too much. But how's this battle? It's still happening back here for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th as Gardner and Woods, they make a move up the inside.
So that was very nicely done. Stenaway up at a 5th. Woods back to 6th now. Griffin Gardner is going to be taking over that seat a little bit later on in this motor race. Up towards this tight, twisty, technical middle sector. You think about the Interlagos circuit, you think fast-flowing 1st and 3rd sector, but then you've got that tight, technical, challenging, tricky part in the middle. And that has been the setting for much of the drama and the action so far tonight. So Gianni Lotsu is 3rd. Rehan Leonage, what an opening stint from the youngster, up 4 spots already. And Damon Woods is slotted very nicely into the top 5 in the number 93. And it's going to be very interesting to see how nervous these co-drivers are. A lot of them are the main game drivers, of course, watching on at the moment and probably doing so with itchy feet, just waiting to get amongst the action stand then.
Oh,
Here we go. Lotsu's under pressure here. Here comes Leonage to the inside. Rehan Leonage to the top 3.
Yeah, nice move. He was just patient and smart about that. He could see that he had a little bit more pace on the Lobs cars in front of him, but he just slowly picked them off one at a time. And that's really good heads-up race. And now he doesn't have to worry about the cars. He just sort of head down, see if he can gap these guys a little bit and just get himself into a rhythm, because the last few laps he's had someone in front of him, and now it's all about hitting his own braking markers and just getting a good feel for this race and letting it unfold. So really good driving so far into P3 for Rehan.
To give you an update on the back half of the field at the moment, folks. Zach Ratway White finds himself 45th at the moment in car 17, and car number 41, which was subject to that penalty earlier on, finds itself Macaulay Jones and Andre Heimgartner in 44th right now. Just ahead of them is Lewis Greathead and Andre Youssef, the guys that ran into trouble early in the piece. Very early in the piece, opening couple of laps. Phil Sells' lead is stretched out to 3.7, and the gap from second back to Rehan Leonage is now 5.2. So slowly but surely, small margins are blooming out. But again, have a look at the top left-hand corner of your screen, folks. Round 8 of the championship is only 12 laps old, and there's 105 to go after the one we're on now as they make their way through and pick up car number 28 at the back of the next battle pack there for the Trans-Tasman Racing stable. Of course, Richard Hampstead and Lee Ellis now. Again, if memory serves, Richard Hampstead saw the checkered flag first at Sebring, but then got whacked over the knuckles by race control. So keep an eye on that car throughout the course of the night. Lee Ellis is the co-driver there this evening.
It looks a bit strange seeing Lee Ellis behind the wheel of a Mustang. He's normally a Commodore regular, so to see him behind the wheel of a Mustang, I might have to wind him up about that later, but, so far so good. He's still got a straight car, that's the main thing.
I think finally the intensity of this race has just been wound back a little bit. 13 laps later, we've managed to ease into it and find our way into a steady sort of rhythm here. But I don't want to speak too soon. Fastest lap of the race thus far, 1:32.593. We take the onboard with Cameron Dance, who's driving with Tyson Broad this evening. And we're running through the second sector. Sam now.
Absolutely cool to have these driver cameras, just to see them hard at work, and interesting to see different rigs too. You know, he's gone for the hyperstimulated cockpit there, and so very comfortable. I've had the pleasure of racing in one of them many moons ago, so nice little setup for him, and it's all about being comfortable and really interesting to see how these guys go about their racing. But it's never easy. You think, how hard is it? You know, he's just going to sit there, turn left, right, but you can see the concentration that he's got going on. It's all about, applying that throttle smartly and not getting too much wheel spin there, and he's not being super aggressive at the moment. He's getting himself into a rhythm, and he's looking the goods so far.
There's car 27, of course, Tyson Broad and Cameron Dance. We were riding on board with them back to this encaptivating battle between Gianni Watsu and Job Stewart. Stewart already up 8 spots on where he started. Giving Watsu, 4 through turn 4. Damon Woods has skipped marginally clear at them. Rehan Leonage has put half a second on Damon since getting on by a couple of laps ago. So Leonage and Down are right there when the whips are cracking. And again, big dive from Stewart to go up 9 spots. There we go, up into the top 5 for Joe Stewart for the first time tonight. Relegates Watsu to 6th, and then he's got to worry about the 89 Synergy Sim Racing entry, Wayne Burton, and of course, Wayne Burke and Brett Loxton in behind them. So Burke in the 89 also up spots. Based on where he started, qualified 15th, up inside the top 10. So there have been a few drivers that have been able to, track along at a good pace, at a good tempo in the opening stint here and capitalise on not necessarily a great qualifying run and make it count when the race gets underway. However, it's about making it count for 117 laps. So 8 positions is a good gain early on, Sam Man, but they want to continue with that momentum.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what the team and the co-drivers and everyone want, is just someone that's just going to slowly make their way through the field. You don't have to make up you don't have to be first by lap 5 or 10. You know, we're talking endurance racing. We're talking about someone that can do the job, bring home a straight car, and if you're picking off drivers and, making up, like I said, 8 positions, like that's very handy to have in your back pocket. And, that's all he needs to do, and he's doing the right thing. And I think now, like you said, I think we can take a little breather, and it looks like that everyone's just getting themselves into a rhythm, and they'll be starting to think about pit stops and what sort of position they're in at the moment, and how they're going to go about that first one. Do they keep their drivers in at the moment that are in there? They're all warmed up. They're all got their eye in a little bit. Do you double stint these drivers? Do you swap out drivers? This is something that the teams now have to think about as this race goes on.
It is also something we have to keep tabs on as well. Who's swapping over and who's double stinting off the top here? There will be a couple of drivers subject to a double stint tonight. No doubt about that. Remember, 400 points on the line for the race winner tonight, folks, and a maximum of 1,200 up for grabs in the Enduro Cup. 1,600 left in this championship fight. It's round 8 of 12 in the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series. Great to have you along for the ride. True Force Enduro Cup opener. Sandown 500, 3 weeks tonight, and then of course the Bathurst 1000 comes up Sunday, September 22. And Scott Rankin will be back in the driver's seat in 3 weeks' time, I should imagine, as well. Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy there, arguing over the same piece of real estate. Let's have a look at this. So that's Rick Kuznetsov in 9th place at the moment, arguing with Richie Stanaway. And they've put a little bit of distance between themselves and the 22, of course, the Trans-Tasman Racing entry of Brady Myers and Ethan Warren. And so Warren's lost a little bit of ground in recent laps. But it can happen so quickly, can't it? Sam, man, as soon as one car gets past you, you lose that little bit of momentum. The floodgates can open when the field's this bunched up. Would they be getting concerned or antsy about that at the moment, or would they be thinking as little of it as they possibly can and just focusing on staying clean for the moment?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they need to do. Again, I'm going to say it, and everyone's going to curse me out. It's buy a ticket to the end. That's obviously the main thing that they need to think about. If you happen to lose a couple of positions, then so be it. It's not ideal, but it's not the end of the day too. So much can happen throughout this race. People that you're battling, where it's all nice and close around you, they could have an absolute shocker of a pit stop. They might do a driver change. If they do a driver change and you don't, you're going to gain that position in pit lane, because there's obviously that little bit of a time penalty that you have to take when you do swap drivers. So many things can play out. It's all about just hitting your rhythm and have a little bit of a game plan, and don't stress if it's not going to plan so far. We've still got 100 laps to go in this beauty of a race, so anything can happen, and it probably will.
Rehan Leonage and Damon Woods. So Woods is ever so gradually Rehan back in. It's only 0.3 of a second between the pair of them at the moment. Look at the music, all the real estate, and a little bit more coming out of turn 3 on the run down to turn 4. Rehanage sitting pretty in 3rd place in car number 1. No doubt Madison Down watching on with a smile on his dial at this point. Oh, a little bit of a moment there for Richie Stanaway getting the rear end out sideways in his pursuit of Rick Kuznetsov.
Oh!
Kuznetsov on the defence. Surely lap 17's a little bit early to be that defensive, but hey, fair game. You want to hold the line. You've got Richie Stanaway, proven credentials in real-world motorsport, and no slouch on the sim either. Up your clacker. Have a look at that. Rick Kuznetsov under serious pressure here, not just from Stanaway, but also the Trans-Tasman 22's got in there in behind them as well, so it's a three-way fight for 8. There are the elbows, the hips, the shoulders, they're out. And Kuznetsov on the defensive on the run-up, as you see it on the replay bottom of screen, said, look, you know, I've got the position, I've got the line, I can make the call, I'm going to go defensive, and if you want to get by me, you've got to go the long way around it. He wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, it looks like Stanaway's just slowly just drifted back a little bit. So now you can see Ethan Warren, he's now all over the back of him, and the pace that he's got, he's going to get the job done nice and easy up the inside. So I think what Stanaway needs to do is just let these guys go, and I think that's exactly what he'll do. Just go single file and just get himself into a rhythm. So he slipped back a little bit, but nothing to be too concerned. You know, we don't see him a lot in our series. We know he does enjoy time behind the wheel in sim racing, so good to have him in our race tonight. So for him now, it's just, you know, he's got no pressure from behind now. Oh, as you can see, the 22 now, Myers, he's going to get another position. So Ethan Warren, in the car. So nice move. And of course, they're bouncing back from that early drama that we haven't heard anything from Race Control about yet.
No. 2 places in 3 corners. So one at turn 1 and one at turn 4. And Warren has got up 2 spots. Myers will be happy with that. But the job is far from done, because one little trip up, one little slip, and all of a sudden they'll be staring down the barrel of being 10th again. And the task will be ahead of them once more. Have a look at that battle back behind them. 11th on through probably, 17th. Incident between cars 201 and 22. No further action on that one from earlier on. So, asking you shall receive the news, Sam, man. No further action at this point on car 201 in Andrew Gilliam and James Golding, and also 22 Brady Myers and Ethan Warren. This is the battle for 11th now. Jones, Williams, Shepherd, Coxhead, Toljanovich and Capel, as they make their way down the main straight to complete lap number 18. 19 of 117. You're watching it live on the platforms of the Logitech G Pro Invitational E-Series right across the network. Many different viewing options for you tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're tuning in, and hope you can stick with us for the next 3 hours or so.
Good battle, this little pack, isn't it? You know, we can see Emily Jones is just at the front of this pack, and that's a good combination too of Emily Jones, how she's racing within the Trans-Tasman racing fold. And, you know, we haven't seen her much in this series, but a real talent behind the wheel. So good to have her on board, and she's steering the car there at the moment. So far, so good with Jake Burton. So that's not a bad driver pairing, to be honest. And yeah, glad to have Emily in the series. Good to see her on track. She's doing quite well.
Let me ask you this: when we get to the back end of the race, and we're looking at, you know, potentially 2 or 3. I mean, you look through this field. There's multiple cars in multiple teams. You know, we're talking teams of 6, 7, 11. As we have a look at the OG Gear Hard Charger at this point in time, car 17 on a mission here in the early stages. Of course, car 17 tonight has Zach Ratway-White and Seth Brown behind the wheel of it. Ratway-White, of course, the Hard Charger at the Monza circuit in Italy last round of the championship, up 24 spots from 41st to 17th. So, and this thing, isn't it, Sam, man? We have those that qualify and race well. We have those that qualify not so well and race very well, and we have those that qualify very well and race not so well. It's all about applying the trade to suit your craft as best you can. And Ratway-White has found his niche here in terms of, okay, I might not necessarily get the job done in qualifying, but by gee, I can go when the whips are cracking in the race.
Absolutely, and not a bad little incentive too when OG Gear get behind the Hard Charger Award. So if your night doesn't go great in qualifying, there's always that to look forward to. Make those positions through the field, as we check that, and we speak about that. Look at that, up 14 positions there for Andrew Dyson. So Sean McNamara, 13 spots, and that's a credit to those guys. Obviously, it didn't go great in qualifying, but they're really racing well and got good cars underneath them for the moment.
Indeed. So Dyson and Borg, that was a late addition to the field, but keep an eye on them because that's Simrig's 017 entry. Brian Borg, a well-credentialed race car driver. He's in terms of what I've been able to watch of what he's been able to do on the Simrig over the years, and his co-driver as equally skillful, no doubt about that. Harley Haber, of course, to hand over to Forzan El Nabi a little bit later on. We know what both of those guys bring to the table for Synergy Sim Racing. And that's the point that I wanted to come back to before we were having a look at the hard charger there, Sam. When we get to the end of this race, the first round of pit stops underway. James Golding is an early stopper on pit lane. Is this the first driver change of the night, or will we see a double stint for Golding? Oh, he's missed the box. That'll cost him a little bit of time there. It might not be so costly at this point of the night, but you wouldn't want to be making that sort of a mistake under a safety car pit stop at the back end of the night when everybody's on the lane at the same time. So Golding in. Let's see if there's a driver change.
Yeah, that's something that we talk about too, is, it's so easy to make just those little mistakes. And, so if you are racing with someone, it looks like a pretty quick pit stop and James is still in the car. So, he's got in he's gone for a set of tyres, a full load of fuel. So 11.6 seconds stationary in the box. So now it's about him. And this is what we touched on a little bit earlier as well, is do they leave their guys in at the start? Because they've got their eye in, they're warmed up, so there's a good reason to leave those guys in just to get a double stint out of the way, because, when you've got your eye in, the last thing you need is to sort of go hot, cold, and step out, step back in. You're better off just racing when you've got a feel for everything around you at the moment.
Brad Ryan will soon hand over to the two-time Circuit XL national champion Ethan Griggold. Under pressure here from Hayden Sell, who's driving with Dylan O'Shea, of course. I'll eventually get back to the point that I wanted to make with regards to the teams out there, Sam. Man, I'll talk to you about that as soon as things die down once more. Would we be willing to call what we just saw there with regards to Golding on pit lane? Would we be willing to label that the reverse strategy at this point in time, considering that very few others have taken the bait there and followed him down pit lane?
Yeah, for the moment. I mean, they've looked at their position. We just saw that pass on Rehan. So Rehan's now just dropped back to fourth, but that's no biggie at this stage. But no. Yeah, they just sort of weigh up where they're at the moment, and they figure, the best thing to do is probably get one of those out of the way, because, who knows, it may get a safety car and that could change things and turn everything on their head. So, it's not a bad strategy, and early days, and, I do like that everyone just doesn't do follow the leader and everyone pits on the exact same lap. So it's good that there's some teams out there that roll the dice and, have a gamble on those fresh tyres and make up some time there on everyone else that's around you and see how it all plays out.
So that's interesting that Damon Woods and Rehan Leonage have swapped around. We mentioned there a few moments ago that Woods had slowly but surely been reeling Rehan in. He's been able to continue to chip away at that and swap back around again. That battle for third is on in earnest. Also the battle for 11th, still 7 deep as we start lap 23 of this car race.
I love it. I love these little battle packs when you sit back here and see how it's all playing out. They don't care where the leader is. They know that they've got their eyes forward and they're in this little back, this pack of battle between each other. That's all they're focused on at the moment, and they're all having a good time, no doubt. They could be a little bit frustrated. They could be, just quite happy to sit, but they're all thinking about pit stop soon and how they can leap each other, because we already saw that, that little run over the pits. If you just missed your braking marker in the pit box, that can give you a couple of seconds. So if someone does that in this little battle pack, that can be costly.
Just to give you a little update, folks, Jared Filsell continues to hold sway at the top end of town and has not looked back. 3.45 the margin at the moment. He'll hand over to Brody Kostecki at some point tonight. The minimum driving time around here tonight is not the 50-odd laps that it would be when we get to Mount Panorama. Obviously, it's only 117 laps. So it's 37 laps, which means that the maximum driving time tonight is 80. So 80 and 37, around about that two-third marker, 70% even, for the 117 laps over 503.1 kilometres tonight. We haven't had a caution so far, so there is still the potential for a random safety car to be thrown by race control. Only they know that number and when to deploy it if we continue to go safety car free. But so far, so good. We haven't had anywhere near the level of carnage you would normally associate with a field as big as this, which means that everybody's thinking rather smartly, thinking about the long game, the task at hand. Big Sen down there on the inside. Wayne Burke up at a 6th spot now. Swaps around with Gianni Latsu, the 990 back to 7th. Dylan Rudd waiting to take over that car a little bit later on, and Burke was a little bit wide coming off 4. Latsu will potentially have a chance to restore order here, but he opts not to. He tucks back in and yields and holds on to 7th for the moment. That was a real good bit of driving from Burke to get by Latsu there at turn 1. We were talking about the leaders. It's still 6 seconds from the second placed 88 entry for Lobs Esport back to Damon Woods in 3rd. And then this logjam, this battle outside the top 10, continuing to hold our imagination and attention at this point. And right on board now with Chris Coxhead, who's driving alongside the great man Brenton Hobson tonight. Hobbo, the 88, synonymous with these cars. He wasn't overselling his chances coming into tonight, Sandman, but he very rarely does.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, nothing wrong with being a quiet achiever at the end of the day. You know, you don't want to sit out there and toot your own horn because if things go pear-shaped, you know, you can look a little bit like you got some egg on your face. But, yeah, never rule out Hobbo. Like, you know, especially in these longer race formats, you know, always a force to be reckoned with. And, yeah, will be a good pairing as this race goes on.
Lap 25. And the fastest lap still remains at 1:32.593. We haven't seen too many drivers take the pit lane route just yet. Oh, boy.
Coxhead was having a try. And he's going to probably set him up.
Mindful, hasn't he? He's got to be mindful. Yes, he's going to try and get by the 2 cars in front of him, but as he does that, he's going to have 2 cars wanting to have a crack behind him as well.
Yeah, exactly. And look, you can see the pace.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, you can see the pace he was carrying through that corner, so I knew he was going to have a go. But unfortunately, just ran out of real estate there. So these guys getting racy, and you can see it's all happening. They can see when that little bit of squabbling happens in front of them, that they know this is an opportunity for them to strike.
The door got slammed firmly shut as he was trying to find the way by Kobe Williams there. Corey Shepherd in 14th. Then Talyancic, I should say, in 15th. Capel's in there as well. Through turn 7.
It's like the front right of that Mustang. Got a little bit of a scuff mark too. So, you know, that's never ideal, but thankfully it's not too much damage there. So hopefully that won't affect their straight line too much. But, you know, at the end of the day, you don't want to get any more contact because you start to do damage and fold that guard in. That will start to affect your straight line speed.
Very foggy afternoon there at the Interlagos circuit in Brazil. Lewis Greathead. It's been a struggle for these guys, hasn't it? Cameron Dance down there with him as well. Now, we saw that, I must say, we haven't seen what's plummeted Dance back down the order in the 27, but we know that Lewis Greathead got caught up early. And it's just been a long road back for those guys. They'll be hanging out for the safety car, I'd imagine, to be deployed at some point to bring them back onto the train and give them a chance to work their way forward. Because unfortunately, when you get caught up in an incident that early in the piece and you plummet back down the order, it's a long road ahead for the rest of the night. Here's Coxhead having another lunge down the inside. Still can't get it done. So that battle for 12 continues.
Yep, so Emily there now in 13th. So they're all having a red hot go here. Probably not too far away from the first round of pit stops for these guys, but we're right on board with Emily Jones. Teaming up with Jake Burton, a good driver pairing and really in the thick of it for the moment. You'd love to be in the fold just to know when these teams are going to start pitting because that's where it starts to get interesting, especially when you got 4, 5, 6 cars all sort of nose to tail. They're all itching to get past each other.
We have no damned idea. And you know what the interesting thing is? I scroll down the live timing board here in the central commentary. Only James Golding has transited the lane thus far. That gives you some sort of indication as to where everybody's mindset's at the moment. It looks as though the intention is to run the tank dry and then stop. Let's see what happens this time by. They're running down towards pit lane. Coxhead and Hobson are on the road. Coxhead and Hobson are on pit lane at the end of lap 26. Will this be a driver change? Good opening stint from Coxhead. Let's see if Hobbo goes to work this time by. Coxhead into pit lane out of this battle pack that was 11th through 16th.
That's huge.
And it's a big stop for those guys.
Yeah, if they get this job done nice and quick, I don't imagine they'll do a driver swap. Perhaps they will. But if they can get out a little bit quicker than these drivers around them, they can jump them. But it looks like they're still stationary in the stop. So possibly a driver change for these guys. It's a long
that battle rages, isn't it? Williams and Talianic have taken off, but Jones, Shepherd, Capel still in the fight here. It is a very long stop, 34.4 seconds. An extraordinarily long stop for Coxhead.
Yeah, you'd imagine that Hobbo's now in the car, but this is where it gets interesting now. So, Coxhead still in the car. Yeah, so they've opted for that longer strategy. But at the end of the day, it's still early, and rolling the dice, and everyone will start thinking about obviously that 37 laps.
So the two siblings, father-son, the relations, Ty Delaney and Blake Delaney, 39th and 40th respectively. Ty will hand over to Brady Coleman, Blake to Freeman. Whoa! That is no holds barred. And that's an awkward dinner conversation post-mortem if it all goes belly up. Stuart Vaughan's caught there in that now as the meat and the sandwich. We ride on board with Vaughan in 39th. The 033, let's hear him roar. Out of turn 12, 13, the run to 14, and then down the main straight, the kink at 15 across the start-finish line. We're looking at the back. He's got Delaney to his inside, so the Delaney boys have pounced on Vaughan as they head back down the start-finish line to complete lap 27. Remembering that our race leader, Jared Philsell's on lap 28 at the moment and leads by 4.246 seconds. Kyle Stokes to pit lane, so slowly but surely, those pit lanes, transits are beginning to unfold here as round one of the True Force Endurance Cup continues.
How cool is it to have a father and son racing against each other? I'd love to see the chat behind the scenes between the two. That'd be quite cool to be a part of.
The banter would be relentless. It'd be
the
fantastic.
Trash talk.
In saying that as well, I mean, you look at father and son, I mean, that's the backbone of, well, you always call motorsport a family sport, but that's the backbone of grassroots motorsport and speedway and karting and things like that right there. Father and son combining. Normally in the same cockpit, but in this instance, they've got two sim rigs and they're going against one another tonight. That's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Kobe Williams leads a smorgasbord of cars onto pit lane. So Williams, Capel, Baker and Rainer Costello currently sitting 23rd. All on a pit road right now. And the next flurry of pit stops underway. We go back to Rehan, Leonage and Madison down right now. Still all over Damon Woods like a cheap suit. John Stewart in there as well.
I just love what Rehan's doing at the moment. He's not getting carried away. He's just got himself into a groove, into a rhythm. This is exactly what I expected from the young man. And, the whole TTR team and Madison down, the support they've thrown behind him to give him this seat is exceptional. And he's rewarding him as we all sort of expected him to do. So to be inside the top five, he's 30-odd laps into his stint. He's ticking all the boxes. And very proud of this young man and very proud of of Madison and TTR to get behind him and throw that support. I think there's a lot of people who are going to be worried about this young fella in the years to come, because I think he's learning from the best at the moment.
And not to mention that his old man Lassif Leonage, he'll be tuning in as well and enjoying every single piece of it. And he's no flat either. I'm just reliably informed, actually, he's in the engineer booth for these guys tonight, and I've been able to watch father and son race together on the same server. They are very, very good operators. The apple does not fall very far from the tree at all in the case of the Leonages. Right, more pit lane activity now. That's Brad Ryan and Ethan Griggold onto pit lane, and alongside them Harley Haber, who will hand over at some point to Forza El Navi. And back we go to the race leading car. Brody Kostecki waiting to jump behind the wheel of this thing after putting it on pole position.
Have a look at that. Our camera's busting what they do in their driver breaks. They just scoff a little bit of pizza. I'm a little bit jealous. I want to have a word to Jay Kennedy and find out where our Pizza Hut sponsorship. Maybe we should be talking to Macaulay Jones. He should have been supplying us with some Pizza Hut pizza.
Look,
maybe.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not nibbling on pizza during the broadcast, but I've got some little snacks courtesy of the confectionery aisle at Coles, I must say. Hello, mate. Nice to have you on board. Good luck tonight. Have a look at how relaxed he looks like. And that's what it's all about. The fact that you can sit there and enjoy a slice of pizza and enjoy the show, and then go out and be a part of the show as well. Michael Whiting driving with Jamie Dyke and Zach Vlasquam, driving with Teo Serrano. They're side by side through the middle sector, and barely a coat of varnish between them.
One thing I noticed from that shot too is we're starting to see marble build up on the outside of this racetrack, so that will just get a little bit trickier for these drivers and teams to think about, because obviously as the race goes on we get more and more marbles on the outside of this racetrack, so you'll have to be very careful about this, because it will build up.
Oh. So Brett Watson jumped into Wayne Burke's car now. Car number 89. Driver change there. Richard Stanaway on pit lane. So too Hayden Sell. A little bit of dust being kicked up through the final sector in this battle that rages on the main straight between James Golding and Andrew Gilliam down the inside. Job done.
Yeah,
well
nice move there. Nice move from Golding. Now, obviously, he's got those tyres underneath him. He's had that pit stop. And now it's about just using what he's got for the cars around him. You can see the difference. He's already started to open up that gap. It's eyes forward for him, and just, waiting for these rounded pit stops to play out, because it won't be long before the rest of the field will dart down pit lane too.
Are you impressed? Are you as impressed as I am by the driving standards thus far, Sam, man, in the sense that we've gone 31 laps and we haven't needed the safety car yet?
Yeah, I am. I don't. We don't take it for granted. I think we've got a great driver lineup here in the Logitech series, and everyone's a good racer, and everyone races fairly clean. Obviously, everyone gets a red mist and things happen, but as we see, Wood. He's in the pit lane as well.
Gianni Lotsu as well. So, more of the top 10 making their way to pit lane right now. The 088 has made its way to the lane. So, that car was running second, of course, for much of the opening stint. James Scott and Ryan Wood had broken clear with Jared Philsell in the opening stages, and then it just settled into a rhythm. Now on pit road. So finally, the heavyweights of this field are making their way down the lane. Philsell leads Woods by 10.249 seconds. Leonage still within half a second striking distance at the moment. Job Stewart is fourth. We've picked up the number 8 on screen there now, Emily Jones, under pressure from Corey Shepherd.
Yeah, and to touch on what I was just saying before is that, I reckon, I'm biased, but I reckon we've got some of the best names in Australian sim racing in our series. So, everyone's been very smart, but it's easy to get caught up with the red mist, isn't it? Everyone wants to win and have a red hot go. There's so much that happens behind the scenes. We are hearing there's a safety car. So the safety car is about to roll out on track. So now this is huge, because there's a number of teams. Philsell, he's into the lane straight away. This is where all the teams are going to absolutely dart straight in and get their pit stop done.
This changes everything, and it really upsets the apple cart, doesn't it? As opposed to those that are going to benefit from being able to pit under safety car, as opposed to those that have already completed their pit stop. This is huge. This is a race-defining moment right here. Pit lane's about to become a hub of activity.
A number of teams have not long done their pit stop, and that's what we're seeing here. So Gianni on screen, he's going to now dart around to try and get in front of this field. Who, most of the field is still up the front. They're still in the pit lane at the moment. So he's going to try his best to leapfrog as many cars as he can.
Got to lap 32. We didn't quite get to 1/3 race distance. Lotsu blasts up the outside. As those that haven't yet stopped make their way into pit lane, Phil and Kostecki will come out behind their teammates. So Lotsu and Rudd with the advantage. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's how quick it can change.
Have enough action, Sandman. In comes the safety car to shake and stir it up just nicely.
Absolutely. We were under the impression that no one was going to be able to go that 37 laps with a driver, if they wanted to stick with their number one or their number two driver to get their number of laps out of the way. But at the end of the day, if someone was trying to make that lap 37, that throws everything out of the equation now, because everyone's going to be in the lane and they need to at least do one more stint just to tick over that lap 37 compulsory mark.
Yes. A very good point. A very good point. So we're going to go on board with Sean McNamara here for the OG Gear replay. This is the run into pit lane.
On the brakes. Oh, these looks like he's struggling to find his pit box. He's weaving.
McNamara.
He's missed it.
Tell me. Yeah, he's going
had to drive
through. So that is going to throw them out of all sorts of contention, you'd imagine, because they'll have to come back down the lane again. Yeah,
look, and it's tricky because there's so many cars and teams in pit lane to try and find your box. That is tricky. Unfortunately, I've done that in a couple of NASCAR races, so I'm not going to point the finger too much. It's an easy thing to happen. But yep, unfortunately, he's going to dart down to pit lane and get that stop done, but it's going to put him down to the back of the pack, unfortunately. Oh, insult to injury. Oh, he's kept it. Now, this is why he struggled to find his box, because he looks like he's the very first box in the lane.
He will be absolutely spewing. And let's have a look at it.
On the brakes, he's seen his box. Whoa! You can't crank on the wheel and jump on the brakes at the same time, because that's exactly what happens. Thankfully, he didn't make contact with the garage wall there, so the car will still be intact. But that's why he missed it. It was the very first box in the lane.
And that second entry to pit lane, that's nothing more than red mist. No doubt agonised and frustrated by the fact that he couldn't get into the pit box first time round. In he comes second time round. The safety car, of course, the Logitech G Aston Martin GT4 safety car leading the field round tonight. Impressive bit of kit, no doubt about that. And the race leader is now Gianni Lotsu and Dylan Rudd. Championship leader Jared Filsell slotted into second spot. Richie Stanaway in the 55 is third. And we ride on board with the safety car for the first time tonight. Scott Mackay, Cameron Dance, Rainer Costello, Teo Serrano, all down pit lane this time round as well. So this is interesting because a couple of those guys had already transited the lane, if memory serves. So it's interesting to see that they're coming in now. Maybe just to top up the tank so that they can go open slather for this second stint when we do get the restart, whenever that may be. Safety car will get control of the field before it pulls into pit lane and releases them in anger once more. Analysis and thoughts from you as we get to almost third race distance, Sam, now?
Yeah, pretty good so far from what we've seen from the teams. And like you said, a couple of those other teams and drivers just deciding to come down pit lane again. There's no harm in topping up the fuel tank exactly, where they're at. If they find themselves in the back of the pack, looks like we're about to go green again shortly. Looks like safety cars pulled away from the field, but it's been pretty good so far. I'm not too shocked at what we've seen, but still an absolutely long way to go as we're about to start lap 35 of 117 here at Interlagos.
Now, I'm very glad that there are three doing cars line astern here, because that feeds me back into the next talking point. I want to ask you about team orders and at what point they're implemented, or whether they go out the window in a situation where you're fighting for first, second and third in the motor race, as these guys are about to be doing. But I'll get your thoughts on that once we get a chance to catch our breath, because it's about to get very hectic once more, ladies and gentlemen. Gianni Latsu has control of the field, brings them back to green. It flies. We resume hostilities once more here at Interlagos, and already Damon Woods trying to get down on the inside, on the outside, in fact, of Rehan Leonage. So those two resume their duel. It would have been for a duel 1, 2, 3, 4, but Rehan was up for the challenge. And further back, have a look at that. The Logitech entry and the Synergy entry. So Kobe Williams and Haydenveld have got up into 11th spot there, and now at the front of the field, the 94, Brody Kostecki and Jared Filsell takes over the lead once more. They didn't muck around. They wasted little time in restoring order there. That may have been team orders, but I don't think anyone was going to stop Jared Filsell now that he's into the motor race, getting up on the inside and taking off once more. So Filsell leads to the top of the hill, first lap under green conditions, off the back of our first safety car interval of the night.
I think Rehan did a good job with that restart too, because obviously those Lobs boys would have all been in each other's ears about when they were going to sort of ready, set, go. And he was sort of sitting there just making sure that he sort of covered his line, and he was smart about that restart. So he's got a little bit of pressure on him from behind, but you'd expect that from these Lobs cars. But doing a great job in P3 for the moment, and looks like he's got the job done here. Is this up the inside? On board with Rehan, dives it up the inside. Nice move, heads up drive there. So well done, Rehan, as he just picks off another one, get himself into a rhythm, and eyes forward for the young man.
Very well done indeed. So no sooner do we talk about Leonage being in that battle with Damon Woods. Here comes the 22, and it's been prominent all night, hasn't it? Ethan Warren and Brady Myers down on the inside. And job done. So the 22 moves up into 7th on Ruben Goodall in the 35. Back straight once more. Filsell, Matsu, Leonage now right in the fight, with the two doing entries for Lobs Esports, and Richie Stanaway relegated to 4th into the clutches of Damon Woods now. Stanaway continued to slowly the elbows out.
Emily got the job. Good job from Emily Jones. Just put it up the inside there, and looks like they still haven't given up the fight back. Oh, bit of contact there. Corey Shepherd there. They were so side by side. Managed to get away with it. That was just a little bit of a bump to say, you know what, I'm not giving up this spot so easily. So you want to take it, come and get it.
Still they fight as well. Still side by side through 7 and 8, not the run up to 9. Have a look at them.
Yeah, this will keep going too, just the way that they are running there. This is working good for Emily. Oh, he's just run a little bit wide.
And the way that the track flows through that middle sector of the circuit, it's right, it's left, it's right, it's left. So you can get that over and under thing going on just nicely. Hayden Sell now weighs into the fight as well. Back to the 0.63. Kobe Williams, 9th. But look at that freight train. 10 or 11 cars deep and under pressure on the run down the main straight. Bradley Ratu giving him what for as they head down towards turn 1, and there's still 81 laps to go.
Bit of NASCAR drive there. Was almost bump drafting. These guys just go a little bit wide there. This is the tricky bit. When you run in a little bit deep there, it really hurts your momentum, because you're off on the wrong side of the racetrack now, just trying to gather it up. Got a Lobs teammate there up beside of him, but yeah, going a little bit deep and puts you right on the outside.
So forget what I was going to ask you about team orders, because that proves that there's no holds barred here. They're all worried about their individual performance. Have a look at them, arguing the point, and they've got 3 non-teammates behind them ready to pounce if they slip up. Ethan Grigolt's number 7 is one of them.
Yeah, opportunistic here. He's going to make the most of this and get a dive up the inside. Oh, I thought he was going to go for a second position there as well. But, yeah, these guys aren't giving each other plenty of racing room, which is great to see. We're seeing, looks like a black flag for car 222 passing under the safety car.
Jacob O'Reilly, Ben Faulkner, they'll be issued with a penalty as a result of that. That's unfortunate for them. They'll lose the tow of the train with an unscheduled transit down pit lane. this early into the second stint of the race. So not only does the safety car spice things up in terms of bunching everybody up and that sort of racecraft intensity resumes, but it also brews the real possibility of another safety car, because if we so much as get a couple of cars in walls or anybody caught up in any sort of drama, they might need to deploy the Aston Martin again. We'll wait and see. In the meantime, 1-4-3 in the thick of it here. So this is 14-15. So Harley Haber and also James Golding. And the number 7, the Evolution Racing entry. Ewan Baker's in there. James Golding at the front of that fight. And Lachlan Capel in the number 2 as well.
Yeah, it looks like Golding's getting pressure here from his teammates. Going to get... I thought he was going to stick it up the inside there. Didn't quite get the job done, but Golding just out of sequence with these guys. Maybe just a little bit older tyres. I don't think he came through for a pit stop under that safety car. So he's just doing what he can at the moment. Probably doesn't need to fight too hard with his teammate, and that's exactly what happens. Just opens up the door and lets him through. So, it's knuckle down and eyes forward now for Golding.
Still Richie Stanaway and Damon Woods arguing over 4th place as well. We're still going to eyes on that battle outside the top 10, the 088. Down the lane straight as they sort themselves out once more. And here's an OG Gear replay. TTR on Logitech. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah.
Whoa! Got a little bit of a swerve there. Oh, and going the wrong way too. Managed to keep it on the grass. I thought, man, if he was going to feed back into traffic, he was going to take a hit there. So, I don't know if that's Ellis behind the wheel.
Behind the wheel of that car at the moment. And that's going to make for a very long night at the office for those guys trying to fight their way back into the mix here. I mentioned earlier, during that opening stint, I mentioned Lewis Greathead and Andre Yusuf. They suffered similar fate in that section of the circuit in the first stint. They've been chasing their tail all night. They've only got back to 37th so far. So in a field this competitive, in a field that is, believe it or not, all 45 cars are still running. I'm assuming that was a random competition caution that we had thrown there, because there wasn't necessarily an incident to deploy it. So all 45 cars are still running, and especially given how bunched up everybody was after the safety car there, it's a long road back for Lee Ellis. Has dropped to 43rd position now as we go back to the 888. And also the 29er Shepherd down the inside, fighting for 20th at the moment. With the 777 of Michael Talianich, and Ewan Baker's in there behind them as well. Adam Briggs yet to come into the mix.
He's got the best seat in the house, hasn't he? Look at him. He's just going, well, I can't go to the inside. I can't really go to the outside because there's a concrete wall there. I just got to hedge my bets and see how it all plays out.
There was no room for him to squeeze down the inside. Oh, the Shepherd had a crack, however. Shepherd might have got it done. They're going to drag race through 3 on the run down to 4. Shepherd's got his nose in front. Cleanly. And barely. Good stuff.
Oh, it's not over. It's going to be a dive and fake up the inside. He's going to try and get the job done. Will he pull it up? Nice move up the inside. Look at these guys battling side by side, 2 rows deep.
That's the 777 forcing the issue here.
Oh, a little bit of contact too.
A little bit hip and shoulder, so Shepherd and Talianich. Shepherd brings the war for the moment, but it's not over yet. There's still some bump drafting going on. Talianich not taking no for an answer here. To be mindful of the presence of Baker and Sell and Rizzo as they make their way through. Though Albert's on pit road as well. Important to note, you can see that right-hand side of the screen. There he is, bottom right of the screen. Back out into the motor race.
Almost waiting for someone to get fed off into the boondocks here, because that was very close nose to tail. No, they weren't given an inch, those boys, but I think they might have found themselves just that tiny bit of real estate just to take a bit of a breath here at the moment.
You're watching the Logitech Pro the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series, round 8 of the True Force Enduro Cup. Round 8 of the championship and round 1 of the Enduro Cup, I should say. Got caught out in my own sentence structure there, sorry folks. And it's live and ruthless on a Friday night. Have a look at this, the elbows are out, and that's the 72 trying to get down the inside, so... And not much in that. That was very nearly contact, could still be. Hayden Sellers, the best seat in the house here, sitting 22nd at the moment. Behind Baker, who's down the inside of Talianic. Got him.
It's not over.
Quite capitalise on that just yet.
Wow. I said there was going to be someone heading to the Boondocks. That's exactly what happened. We've seen a number of cars and drivers have contact in that part of the racetrack, and that's so easy to do with that crossover, just not given enough room there on exit.
777 Synergy Sim Racing. 72 Synergy Sim Racing. There's no team orders going on here tonight, folks.
Yeah, well, someone's going to get a talking to, aren't they?
Absolutely. I'll be interested to see what Brenton Hobson and the troops have to say about that one after the fact. Here it is on the OG Gear replay.
Yeah.
There's the contact.
Oh, it was early on too, but
yeah.
There's only one rule between teammates, isn't there?
Don't take each other out.
Yeah, so, yes. David's piped in the background. He reckons it's rule number 2. I reckon it's probably the top 5 in the rule book, isn't it? So.
Oh dear, it's pinned at the top of all teammate rule books. Here it is. So. Doesn't look like Baker got a little bit of a bobble off the ripple strip.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. It looked like he just caught that ripple strip on the inside. You're sitting duck. No one could do anything. They're both having a red hot go. Yeah, that might be a racing incident, unfortunately.
So 2 things here. Ben Faulkner, Daniel Hall back on pit road. And we're past that critical driving number as well. So all the guys that started the race that haven't done a driver changes yet, they've done their minimum time. They can come in and do a driver change now and sit out the rest of the night if they please. Their job is done. But I dare say, given how evenly matched most of these combinations are through the field, they won't be too much worried about that at this point. They'll only be concerned about not going past 80, which is the maximum driving time, of course. Now, at car 222, Ben Faulkner and co, that was the So they got a black flag and a drive-through penalty for passing on the safety car, and then they got another one for exiting a closed pit lane. They cannot take a trip tonight. They're checking off the bingo card of all the things to do wrong to warrant the wrath of race control.
That's it. But, there's still time to bounce back. It's not great, but, look at the damage to the left front.
Yeah.
That is not going to be ideal, especially where we're at this point of the race with Brad Ryan. Yeah, so Brad Ryan just suffering a little bit there, just with that damage. So, not ideal. Still plenty to go in this lap 43 of 117. But, that's it. That's not what you want. Not ideal, but they can still bounce back from this.
Tip of the hat to Brody Kostecki and how well he controlled the race in that opening stint, because, we've been underway again for about 8 or 9 laps now since that safety car deployment. And Jared Philson's only pulled 4/10 on his teammate Gianni Lotsu. Ringham Leonard's still there third, and Richard Stataway fourth. The race leader, the championship leader, has not pulled away from the chasing pack just yet. He is still very much considered the hunted at the moment, and the hunters are pouncing, or they're at least ready to pounce. Sure, they'll slip up. But Philso doesn't strike me as the sort of guy after 4 straight championship race wins as someone that's going to trip up anytime soon. And his teammate Gianni Lotsu, given that it's the second stint of the race and we should be easing into some sort of a moderate tempo right now just to get through that final round of pit stops, I don't think he'll be too worried about going toe-to-toe door racing just yet. Here's Ryan Wood and also Harley Haber going side by side. We're right on board with Golding in 12. You've got the best seat in the house there, folks. 4 cars arguing over 9th in the car race right now. And Golding is 12th. Andrew Gilliam yet to jump behind the wheel of that car. Down the inside goes Golding. Wants 2 for the
nice.
one.
Oh, he's going to get 3. He'll get 3.
He'll get 3.
Oh, there's contact.
Contact.
Oh, did he keep it off the tyre barrier, though?
He kept it off the wall fairly, did Ryan Wood. That's a blow to him and James Scott's chances tonight.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, a lot unfolded there, but man, he got the job done, didn't he? He made up. We thought he was going to make one spot, turned it to two, and then he snaffled three. So he'd be stoked with that result.
Absolutely. Persistence and patience paying off there in spades. So Ryan Wood plummets back down to 21st position. Wrong way back from there tonight based on what we've seen thus far.
Just careful too. It looked like he got that left rear on the grass there just as he was about to turn into. So he'd be frustrated with that. Obviously not ideal, but thankfully he's still got a straight race car. Kept it off the wall as we go to our OG Gear replay.
Oh, 3-1 was never going to go.
Dang. Oh, he's a victim of circumstances. Just on the outside of the racetrack, those two cars came together and, yeah, just ricocheted into him, unfortunately. That's a tough pill to swallow.
And I don't think there's anything race control can say about that one apart from it being a racing incident.
Yeah. Look,
which will be a further blow to them. Really.
Yeah, look, it's one of those deals, isn't it? I'm interested in talking about the Lobs cars that with that battle up front. I don't think Phil Sell's too concerned at this stage. I think we saw the pace that they had in the opening part of this race. Oh, there's a dive up the inside trying to bounce back now, but yeah, I don't think he's too worried. I think he's controlling this race at the moment, and I think probably what they're doing is putting a little bit of pressure on Rehan because he finds himself in a bit of a lob sandwich there. So, I think what Phil Sell is probably trying to do is just run this pace and not worry about speed at this moment. And, maybe they want to put that pressure on Rehan, who knows, but it's not working at the moment. He's doing a great job and just slowly ticking the laps off. Lap 45 so far of 117.
Just having a look through my timing screen at the moment, folks, there are a couple of drivers worth noting in terms of fighting for the OG Gear Hard Charger Award. Quite a few drivers in double digits in the positives and more, unfortunately, in the double digits in the negatives as well, including Ross Rizzo down 30 spots. But, Thomas Freeman's up 11 spots into 33rd. The Vermeulen Esports number 17 entry that we were having a look at on screen there a few moments ago is up 15 spots into 30th. 12 spots gained for Ty Delaney. Brian Borg right there. Car 017, 22nd position, up 19 spots at the moment, and the leader of the fight for that Hard Charger Award right now. So 19s, 18s, 15s seem to be where the numbers are for Hard Chargers, but still a long way to go. Current update on temperature and weather conditions, 2:38 in the afternoon. Server time, 19 degrees the ambient, 26 on track, and there goes Lewis. The 21's pointing in the wrong direction at turn one.
Yeah, I saw him making a dive there, and I was like, oh, this is good. Oh,
he's got company.
Insult to injury. Oh, that was heavy contact too. That could be steering damage on that car. Whereabouts did it?
Long road back to pit lane from there. That's turn one.
Oh, is this a retirement? No.
That's Cameron Dance.
He's trying to get going there, so he was behind the wheel.
Dance and his team, even more inconvenient that they stalled it and had to restart it. And it'll be interesting to see if those cars have any sort of unsustainable damage as a result of the contact there, because it didn't look like it was a minor bump. It looked like it was a fairly heavy hit.
Yeah, and you'd be hoping that he got it in the door and not in the left front. So hopefully like you said, they got away with it as far as damage-wise. But heart and mouth stuff there.
Indeed. Rainer Costello driving with Matt Bowler tonight. Of course, he's also well versed in real world motorsport quite often. I'm seeing updates from him with regards to hitting the karting circuit. So he's no slouch behind the wheel of the sim either. Nice to see so many young guns like Rainer. Oh, unfortunately, that isn't what you like to see. But good evasive action for the most part from all and sundry, and a good recovery as well from Costello. I don't know.
How did he not get collected? I was holding my breath. I was like, man, he's going to get drilled here.
I was waiting for it, don't worry. But no, great to see that a young gun like that, who is really well versed in this caper and has good pace and has netted some good results in the past, has been part of the recruitment of co-drivers in the cohort of 24. Interesting as well, Sam, man. I mean, we'll talk about now black flag for car 115 for contact with car 28. So that's Ian Ford and Daniel Hall getting a black flag for contact with 28 of Richard Hampstead and Lee Ellis. Interesting too, Sam, man. I mean, when we talk about Rainer Costello and Rehan Leonage being recruited, we know that the supercar heavyweights have been wielded as well, like Brody Kostecki. What a tremendous opportunity for some of these guys who, let's face it, the sim rig is where they make their reputation, where they have their fun, they get their hit. What a thrill for them to be able to take on some of the best of the real world.
Absolutely, and that's a huge shout out to the iRacing program, because when you've got superstars that you're racing against, like the likes of Kostecki, we've seen Van Gisbergen race in the series so many times too. As we check out the OG Gear replay, and this is that contact that just into the side, turned him round, and then while he's sitting there, I don't know if the replay will keep going. We're going to see. Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Oh, he's gone in deep, touched the grass, all locked up, and then he sees a car in front of him. Just as he starts to get going. So he thought he was going to clear him. So it did make a little bit of contact with that left front, unfortunately.
Looks like they might have been lucky in the sense that it looks as though the left front wheel was past the point of contact. We'll wait and see. James Golding back onto pit lane now as well. He's not the only one on pit lane at the moment, but it is another stop for him. And this is in sync with the fact that he was the first to pull the trigger in the first round of stops. There's the driver change right there, done. The car disappears for a moment and reappears in the hands of somebody else. So there's your first of the second round of pit stops. Those guys on somewhat of a reverse strategy compared to everybody else. We go back to Phil Selp, who's got Lutzu and Leonage for company. We've actually got Leonage's co-driver standing by in our waiting room to have a chat to us. And he's now going to join us, Madison Down. Good evening to you, mate. You must be impressed with what you've seen so far. He hasn't let you down, young Rehan. Up from 8th on the grid to be sitting 3rd and right there ready to pounce in the lead up to the handover to you to bring it home.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing an amazing job at the moment. Can't really complain or fault him at all. I think he's in a lot of break yet, so he's doing a really good job. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping I can live up to the hype now. That's the stress for me, because he's done such a good job so far in this race. So obviously we're running a double here. His pace is really good. I mean, to be running with Jared Filsell, who's obviously been a champion in many series across many years. Yeah, amazing drive so far.
Just going to address some news at the top of the screen there. Cameron Jones, of course, driving with Sean McNamara tonight. Those guys have picked up a 15-second penalty, and that was for contact with the 47 of Kurt Sternberg and Colin Warwick a short while ago. There's Ross Rizzo having a moment through the back of the circuit as well. If you're just joining us, round 8 of the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series, and of course round 1 of Triple Enduro Cup.
He got caught up in someone else's incident, unfortunately, and I held my breath because I thought it was commentator's curse. I saw a TTR car and I was like, please don't let it be Rian.
Madison, let me ask you this, mate. I mean, it's interesting, you're only 190 points off the championship lead at the moment. There's still 1,600 available, 1,200 of which come through the Enduros. Where are you placing the importance as far as Enduro Cup, championship fight, or do you still want a taste of both if circumstances will allow it, if you can continue the consistency up? One podium finished out the course of the season. That consistency keeps you very much mathematically in the equation right now.
Yeah, it's no secret we haven't had the championship that we wanted. Of course, carrying car number 1, we want to go back to back. We're not too far away from that, but if we can have a good Enduro Cup, that'll certainly help our cause. I mean, for us coming into the Enduro Cup, we got a little bit less pressure than we had last year, so we're swinging pretty freely. If we can take a race win, I'd love to do it. It's not something we've done in this series, so yeah, we're going for the wins if we can get them. We're probably not quite fast enough, but luck goes a long way in Enduros sometimes.
And just like that, boys, like 50 has come and gone. That happened very, very quickly. Sam, man?
Yeah, I wanted to touch on while we've got you here, Madison. It's a unique opportunity, but with Rehan, I'm guessing he would have been an absolute sponge when he joined the TTR fold leading up to this race.
Yeah, I think he's taken a lot on. I mean, we haven't really taught him how to drive the car faster. He's already doing a really good job of that. So he's already got the pace. It's just a matter of how to manage, I guess, the race from a psychological standpoint. Make sure he knows when to go for it, when to sit there on the station. I mean, at the moment, he's giving a very graphic example of exactly that. He's not trying to move forward. He's pretty happy with that track condition we've got. So he's just managing the tyres and the fuel. So that's probably been the main thing that we've focused on. I think he was probably already doing a good job of that anyway, but his pace has been there in other series, and also when he's running the series in the past, just maybe it hasn't translated to results as well. So, 51 laps in the car to be P3 at the moment, I certainly can't complain.
And of course, we should point out the dance entry has made its way back into pit lane. Tyson Broad taking over that car right now. You can see that right of screen, position number 43 for those guys that were involved in that incident at turn 1 a few laps ago, and car 04 is going to cop a 15-second penalty as well for the contact on car 36, which you just saw a few moments ago at turn 10. Here's a replay of how Dance and Broad got caught up in the drama. Or straight into Stenberg, sorry.
Yeah, so that's what the penalty was for Jones. So, yeah, unfortunate, but Madison, we probably have to let you go. There's a lot happening within the team there. You're probably not too far away from driver swaps. I know you're not going to tell us too much, but so far so good. It's been impressive to watch, and I think he's doing exactly what we expected of him.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks for having me on here for a quick chat. And yeah, we're just watching Ethan Warren coming up in the mirrors. We need some mates up here to help us against these doing okay guys. So yeah, fingers crossed we can get some friends up here and we have a good run to the end.
Are you ready to get the elbows out against all these doing Lobs Esport entries at the end of the night if needs be, mate? Because it looks as though you're going to have to deal with 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, there's a fair few more of them up here than us at the moment. So look, we're, as I said, we're swinging pretty freely. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of penalties this year, and we've probably been in the thick of it a bit too much. So I really do need to get some consistent results in these Enduros. But look, if the win's there, we'll do our best. Obviously, you never intend on taking anyone out or moving people out of the way too much, but we'll be aggressive. But yeah, I'm hopeful that we can get another car or two up here to give us a hand, and at least so it's not so one-sided. But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. We'll chat to you later.
Trouble for the 93 at turn 1. Damon Woods is bowled wide. Thanks to Madison Down for jumping in there. Just one more comment on Rehan Leonage. I mean, I think Madison already touched on it, Sam, man, and I'll get him to touch on it a little bit later on as well. Yes, he's taken a lot on, but he's got Lasif in his corner. There's that natural instinct that's reflected in what Rehan's brought to the table in his already extensive sim racing career, and he's still in high school, for goodness sake. But also within that has come, he's had to mature very quickly, and it's a very mature head on such young shoulders.
Yeah, we could see that talent when he was in the series. Wasn't last season, the season before, but we'll just watch this replay. Oh, how lucky was he not to click the back of that TTR car. But yeah, we could see early on that Rehan was a true talent, and yeah, like Madison said, they haven't had to teach him much to drive because he was a really good steerer anyway. It's just all the other little fundamentals that you need to learn, especially when you're in these pressure cooker situations, and you're up against some of the best sim racers in Australia for this V8 category. So it's impressive. I'm excited, and yeah, stoked for the way he's going so far.
Absolutely. There's the battle for 11th, and still, I mean, it's been more than half a dozen deep all night, this battle for 11th. And at the moment, there's 9 of them out there. Ryan Wood at the helm of it. Ruben Goodall in behind him. Chris Cox said he'll hand over to Brenton Hobson a little bit later on to bring it home. 0.266 behind Goodall at the moment. They are just packed and stacked in there. Baker's copped the 10-second penalty for the contact on Costello that we saw a few moments ago at the top of your screen there. Lap 54 for our race leader, Jared Filsell, our championship leader, Jared Filsell. And Gianni Latu second. Here's the move down on the inside. Cars 8 and 2. That's, of course, Robert Gibbs and Lachlan Capel getting the elbows out to defend there very nicely on Emily Jones. And was able to do it with Capel.
Yeah, Emily hasn't given up here.
No,
I
not
think
at all.
she's keen for another attack here. Didn't quite get the inside. He was onto her there. So she's trying to look around the outside. It's a long way to go. Oh, but then she's got to be careful that she doesn't miss that opportunity because Corey's right there to pounce too. So if she runs a little bit wide or leaves the door open, he's going to think about going straight up the inside. But thankfully, she's just covered off. But you can see Emily's just carrying that little bit more pace that she's got at the moment. And I think it'll only be a matter of time before she gets the job done.
Cameron Jones has picked up another 15-second penalty for the 951 Sim Racing stable, I should say, for contact on Stuart Vaughan this time round. So it's been a rough old stint for Cameron thus far, not least, of course, the fact that Sean had to come down pit lane twice to complete the first pit stop. So when it rains, it pours for the 9-5 stable. In the meantime, here comes Gianni Ratsu. Now, is this just to get out of the hectic nature of the battle that's unfolding on the racetrack, or is this a routine scheduled pit stop? Ratsu will most likely hop out. Yes, he does. Yeah. And in hops Dylan Rudd right now.
Yeah, that's smart racing because they were in that little pack there. So that'll free them up a little bit. They'll have fresh tyres, and now with a fresh driver behind the wheel too, that's huge for them.
Kyle Stokes in 19th comes to pit lane now. And Dylan Rudd is still on pit road at this point. So it's a long stop that we've been expecting that. Here's Harley Haber and Forza El Nabi. Haber's driven a nice opening stint. No doubt about that. El Nabi will take over. They're up 19 spots as well. So at the moment, they're in the box seat for a big mover. Price tag hard charger award.
Lauren Kobe's pretty hungry here. Oh, he's put the nose there a couple of times, but now he's on the wrong side of the racetrack. He's not giving up though. Yeah.
Hold it.
Oh, he's still got, and look at the marbles again. Yeah, couldn't quite get it done. That marble build-up is getting thicker too on the outside, so whether that played a part, it is a tricky part of the racetrack to set yourself up too, because, like we touched on, you're on the inside for one corner, you're on the outside for the next one, then you're on the inside for the next one. So it's about setting yourself up, getting a bit of a rhythm through that section.
Important to note as well that Lutzu's pit stop elevates 3.5 to a race-high second for him and Madison down. They've taken the 22 Trent Tasman Racing stable entry with them as well. Of course, that's Grady Myers and Wyndham Warren. We cannot take our eyes off this battle here as they come back down the main straight once more. I've never known fog to be so visible at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The 053 down on the inside. Still cloudy conditions there at the Interlagos circuit in Brazil, but it's got a foggy look to it, no doubt about that. And around about that 24 degrees marker at the moment. Still a four-way fight as they make their way down to turn 4. Let's pick them up. That's the 89, of course, from the Synergy Sim Racing stable. And that's the teammate of Brenton Hobson and Chris Coxhead. That's Brett Loxton behind the wheel of that at the moment. Wayne Burke has already driven the opening stint. So you've got Harley Haber, you've got Kobe Williams, you've got Bradley Ratu in this battle as well. And Loxton, Piggy in the middle there in 8th. Andre Heimgartner to pit road now. Certainly not the night that he and Macaulay Jones would have been hoping for. Joshua Anderson jumps behind the wheel of the 36 as well in 37th place right now. So pit lane's busy.
Yeah, Macaulay's jumped out. Andre's jumped in. So a fresh driver in the seat now too. So... And this is where we're going to be at now. There's a lot of these drivers that have ticked off that mandatory 37 laps now. So, that'll be something that everyone will start thinking about. And, of course, there'll be people that won't be, in a hurry to get their other driver out because they're actually doing a really good job. So, And we see, here's one of the Lobs cars in the lane. So that's Stanaway.
It is indeed. And Richie's in. We'll wait and see if it's a driver change for him as well. Yes, it is Luke Rosella jumping in. So Luke Rosella in. Stanaway out of the 55 right now. As Haber and Williams and Loxton and Ratu make their way by. Hayden Sell on the pit road as well in car number 19. Phil Selkostecki continue to lead. Down the Leonard's second. Myers and Warren have moved themselves up to a race high third right now. Rosella resumes outside the top 10 you'd expect. And still, jeez.
Yeah, he hasn't given up here.
That's incredible lunge. If he can make it work, he can't.
He's trying it under and over here. He'll think about a dive up the inside. Oh, he will. Oh, almost made contact. Went in a little bit deep. That could have got ugly.
I think he did make contact just quietly. Here comes Radu. Radu in the Triple Eight makes the most of that. He gains a spot. Harley Haber fighting for dear life to hold on to 5th. And Ratu at the back of the fight. Williams has been relegated as well. But all of a sudden, as Ryan Wood latches onto it as well to make it a 5-way fight. Loxton's in the thick of it in 8th spot. Williams fighting for dear life in 7th, and this is how he lost 6th place, trying to send it down the inside. Wide, did clip the 97 of Harley Haber, and straight up to pounce on the outside was Ratu. Now they come down the main straight again. Not so processional second stint of this race. The elbows are out. Haber into the lane, and El Nami should be jumping in.
Yeah, now we're getting to the point of the race where we're past the halfway, and then we start thinking about how the rest of this race is going to play out. You know, you've already got some sort of idea of where you're at and what you're probably in contention with, but man, there's a lot going on. Very racing. Look back in the pack there. There's one of the GTR cars nearly out on the grass. That was Jones.
You wouldn't normally see 4 wide in supercars anywhere. This is not NASCAR at Talladega, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. Everyone just fighting so rigorously.
Yeah, I thought Emily was going to get the job done here, but yeah, obviously got fairly close there out onto the grass, and mate, this pack hasn't stopped battling all race, have they?
I asked the question about half an hour ago, didn't I? Maybe even an hour. Will the intensity die down a little bit? I think this pack answered the question for us. My goodness.
And it's going to get worse as we get closer to the end.
Absolutely. Next time by, ladies and gentlemen, will be at the end of the next lap for Phil Sell and Kostecki, who have just started lap 59, will be halfway. Well, technically, they'll get halfway around this lap and be at halfway, 58 and a half, and 58 and a half gets to the 117. But yes, halfway through. Halfway to go. And the night is only young as they make their way down the main straight. Now, will there be any pit stops this time around? Yes, there will be. Yes, there will be. So pit lane, all of a sudden, it's interesting to see the differences in strategy play here. So many different varying critical lap numbers in the mix here right now. Veld, Gibbs, Costello, all on pit lane right now.
Yeah, I wonder if it'll be too much longer before we see Phil Sell Kostecki. They decide to make a tour down pit lane because they've opened up that little bit of a margin over Rehan. 1.4 seconds now, so he knows that whatever he's got with him now, he may as well use up because they're not too far away from pit stop. So interesting for the way the rest of this race is still playing out, but so much happening. And look at the dive up the inside. Oh, the 29.
Yep.
They're not giving up. He's gone round.
Goes the 29. Doesn't lose a total amount of ground, but still it's a costly 5 or 6 seconds. Oh, can you believe that for Corey Shepherd? Michael Talianich makes his way by up into the top 10, and Shepherd is outside.
Hold on.
And there's a car, driver's right, coming out of 10 as well.
I think it might have been
pointing the wrong way.
Emily Jones. Yes, it was.
Well picked up.
Man, she was having such a good run too. I don't obviously to be pointing that way at that part of the racetrack, she might have got a helping hand there, unfortunately. So we'll check out the OG Gear replay. And
well, this was the first incident. Remember, there were 2.
This is with the Maloney.
Shepherd. Yep. And Maloney on the OG Gear replay. The next corner, surely. Jones was wide on the approach and tried to correct it, and there was contact on the exit as the door started to close, the gap.
Here we go. Yep, she's run wide. Oh, I wonder if she might have done it all by herself. We almost need to go on board just to see if she did get contact there, but man, I touched on about the marbles. She was definitely in that part of the racetrack. There's a fair marble build up there. That's a tricky one. Here we go. This is a good shot.
Absolutely it is.
On board with Emily Jones. Oh, I think there
I
might have been a little touch.
think
Yeah.
just a nudge. Just a delicate tap.
Yeah, and it doesn't take much too, because the car's loaded up the way, and so that little bit of contact in that spot, unfortunately, was going to send her right round, and that's what's happened, unfortunately, I think. So another one, the stewards have been busy. We're talking about the drivers having some pizza, having a break. We wanted some pizza in the commentary box. I think the stewards are going to need some pizza.
Still waiting for my Uber Eats delivery. Phil Sell, Leonage, and then, of course, the 22 of Myers and Warren, Gardner and Woods in there in fourth, Kuznetsov, Ratu fifth, and Scott and Wood in sixth at the moment. That's the running order as it stands. Rehan Leonage is in traffic right now. So not only is he 1.4 seconds down the road from Phil Sell, they're now contending with lap traffic, which was always going to be an issue tonight in a race this long, in a race with the field this big. But it'll be interesting to see whether lap traffic abides by the rule of thumb, the racing law book, for the balance of the evening, and just moves out of the road and minds their own business. We'll wait and see. In the meantime, here's Richard Hampstead. And yes, Hampstead's about to go a lap down here potentially. So Phil Sell coming out of turn 12, at the back end of the lap, 13. And next left sweeper through 14, and then the kink at 15 that brings him onto the main straight, the start-finish line to complete the lap. 61, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, again, past the half race distance, and that means that this time by there's 56 laps to go.
These drivers and team combinations will be starting to think about pit stops, especially if they're going to find these front runners that are starting to come along in traffic. They'll obviously have a bit of a strategy going, and they'll have a lap number that they want to meet. But that's something that they can think about as we go to the OG Gear replay. Nice move up there, up the inside, showing how it's done. And that's a bounce back for that 88. They've had their fair share of dramas, as well as the 22 of Myers and Warren too. We saw them backwards having a tour through the grass. So both these teams and drivers have been able to... Oh, a little bit of nose to Braille. That's just Braille for saying, I'm here to race. So that was just a little bit of nose to tail. But yeah, good comeback for the 88 and the 22 so far.
Geez, they're getting a little bit greedy with the track limits there at turn 3, aren't they? On the wrong side of the ripple strip for iRacing's liking, usually with regards to track limits. In the meantime, Emily Jones now on pit lane after that spin a few moments ago. Phil Sell, Leonage remain 1 and 2. The margin now only a second, and I wouldn't read too much into that, because that'll just be a consequence of the lap traffic that they're both trying to work their way through and navigate their way around at this point in time. Damon Wood still sits a very steady 4th. And then the 088, of course, there in 5th place. In, of course, James Scott and Ryan Wood. So it's been a nice little fight back from those guys.
Absolutely. You say that margin between Rehan and Phil Sell. I don't think there's a driver in this field that wouldn't give their right arm to be 1 second within Phil Sell halfway through an endurance race like this. So he's doing an absolute cracker job. I know you're all going to be sick of me talking about him, but
not at all.
I was excited coming into this race, and he's living up to the hype so far. But still a long way to go, 55 laps. And I did laugh when Madison said, the pressure's on him now to perform, because Rehan's done the job. He'll throw him the keys and say, look, buddy, we're on for a podium here. If you can't bring it home, then we might have to talk about your driver contract. Kick him out of his own team, maybe.
Well, yeah, exactly. I was going to say, only to be replaced by Lasif Leonage, I'd say. Swap the technical work and the strategy work for the driver's seat, and Madison will end up on the tools. However, in saying that, can we just highlight and underpin the point that Madison's probably selling himself a little bit short there in a modest kind of way. I don't mind sharing with the audience at home, and I've been vocal about this in the past with regards to my involvement in sim racing commentary the last 5 years. I didn't know a terrible amount of detail about the sim racing community before I got involved. We all somewhat migrated there during 2020 and 21 through the COVID years, and we've just latched on and stayed. Maybe overstayed, I'm not sure, but one of the names that was prominent from the outset of that time was Madison Down. So it's nice to see that that's still the case, but also nice to see the way in which the sim community has evolved over the course of time, Sam, man, and drivers applied their craft and trade and worked towards being competitive with the likes of Downs and also Phil Sells. So, yep, they've been the benchmark for the longest time, but that next generation, led by the likes of Rehan Leonard, are here and they mean business.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you can pick yourself up against the likes of Jared, Phil Sells, Madison Down, like we've got some incredibly talented drivers throughout the field, and not just in the sim racing world, but in the real world as well. You know, we're talking about the likes of Kazeki who races here. You know, so these guys have really got their work cut out for them and really taken it to each other and putting on a hell of a show.
I mentioned 400 points available for the win tonight as Brian Borg comes to pit lane. It's 380 for second and 364 for third. Valuable points with regards to not just the True Force Endurance Cup, but the bigger picture of the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series for these guys. I mean, we talked about the championship points coming into the night, and I don't mind reminding everybody at home that Phil Sell led on 1,172 points, 14 clear of Dylan Rudd, and Gianni Latsu, of course, his co-driver. Rick Kuznetsov, 11.08. So, fine margins. 64 points covered the top three coming into this round. 68 covered the first four because James Scott was on 1,104. It's then a little bit of a buffer back to Madison Down on 982. But if any one of those guys trips up in the next short while, those around them will capitalise, provided they keep it clean tonight, such is the points matrix. I mean, you look all the way through this field down to position number 45. We pay points, 24 points minimum tonight to be picked up. But I mean, even for a top 10 finish, you're going to pick up a total of 328 points. So, I mean, a slip in the road here, doubly costly compared to the other rounds of the championship, but probably more so because you don't have as much time to resurrect it or turn it around or redeem it, Sam, and if I can find the right word. It's been a long night so far. It's only going to get longer. Oh, here we go. Some trouble coming on the OG gear replay on the way down to turn 4.
Oh, that was a motor.
And that's the 27's night done with the motor gone.
That was like on a down change. Now, I wonder whereabouts this is, if it's out of harm's way. Though he looks like he's done a brilliant job actually to get that out of the way. So I don't know there'll be a safety car, but it looks like on the down change, it's just, unfortunately, he's lost an engine there.
He'll request a tow, but I guess they race control leave him there for the night, yes. So it's all clear now, and therefore no safety car. Well, because we don't need any more spice thrown into this one. Ladies and gentlemen, Ruben Goodall in 33rd at the moment on pit road. And we pick up the number 1 of Rehan Leonard. So 1.4 the margin. You just saw a race leader, Jared Philsell, go through the top of shot. There he is. And he's got lap traffic to the left, lap traffic to the right, lap traffic behind. He's got lap traffic everywhere at the moment. But he's got a couple of cars between himself and Rehan Leonard. So a nice buffer to hold station at this point. Brett Loxton down on the pit road right now. Whether this will be a second driver change for these guys or not, I'm not sure. I don't think so, considering that Loxton hasn't done the minimum 37 just yet. I dare say this is a double stint for him. Oh no, I'm wrong. Wayne Burke is back into the car. So either they're telling me there's another stop there, or they're playing gamesmanship. This is going to be interesting to see what their strategy's like for the rest of the night.
Yeah, still a way to go though. So, you know, sometimes it's good to have that fresh driver in, give someone a break, so share the workload, where there's other teams that, you know, want to get their driver minimum out of the way over and done with and have their other driver go to the end. So many different ways that it can all play out, and that's the beauty of endurance racing, is that you've got to think about that. You've got to have a driver in, and you don't want them to fall apart at the wheel, and you need them to be strong towards the end. So all these teams manage that properly, and yeah, it's nice to have a fresher driver towards the end of this race.
The 951, that's Cameron Jones and Sean McNamara. They've been in the wars tonight, and Thomas Freeman in behind them in the 495. So that's 12th and 13th at the moment, but there's still a couple of penalties to be applied to those guys based on what we're seeing from race control. So I'm not necessarily sure that they're effectively in this fight at the moment, McNamara and also Jones. Quite interesting, though, to see that they're still that far up the order, considering the woes that they've been through ever since that first safety car deployment.
See Taliancic and Scott Gamble in the lane as well. So more of these. We're in a little bit of a holding pattern now, aren't we? We're just waiting for these next round of pit stops to play out, because this will give us some sort of indication of what we've got as a run towards the end. And things get a little bit spicy here between Rehan and Ethan Warren. So the TTR stable will be managing this quite fairly. I know that they'll obviously be thinking about pit stops soon. So whether they do just a bit of a switcheroo between the drivers just to so they're not tripping over each other, or they decide to pit one or the other sooner rather than later. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Now, here we go.
Here we go.
Pit lane, a hive of activity right now.
I think Leon and the 22 was in as well. Yeah, absolutely. So our top three all in the lane. Another car, the Gardner and Woods car, is also in as well. So, man, it's all happening. Pit lane's getting nice and busy. This is what we were waiting for.
Critical moments in this race. Ryan Wood's going to come on through into pit lane as well. Kostecki back into the fill cell car. Down jumps into the number one. Takes over from Rian Leonage. We'll see Down go through to the checkered flag from here. Brady Myers takes over the 22. Griffin Gardner's finally aboard the 93. And Bradley Ratu, Corey Shepherd, Ty Delaney, the top 8, all on pit road at the moment. Make that 9. Brody Kostecki with Jared Filsell. What an absolutely magnificent start from these guys. They've barely been challenged for the lead of the car race. Yep, they've had. Oh, gee. Have a look at how. Have a look at how bunched. Well, that's point number one. But have a look at how bunched that the pit lane is, in the sense that we're double stacking as well. Madison Down has pipped Brody Kostecki on pit lane. That's point number one. First time tonight that we've seen the 94 challenge for the lead of the car race.
Yeah, so that was just a little bit of strategy that's played out between those two. So they might have just put a little bit less fuel just to get some clear air. We don't know. Safety car. How has this played out for these guys?
Wow.
So we've just seen our race leaders make their pit stops, and now Down's going to be holding the lead here with a safety car.
Once again, right in the middle of a pit lane sequence. Right in the thick of it. Now, keep an eye, Sam, man, on anyone that hasn't yet come in for their second splash and dash. And also keep an eye on just what this means for the race leaders, the effective race leaders, those that have been at the forefront for the balance of that second stint. A game-changing moment. Now,
wow.
I'm also curious as to whether this is a second random safety car or there's something that we haven't been made aware of yet. I'm sure we'll find out. I get the feeling that it's a competition caution.
And for people who are new to our series or new to the sport, a competition caution is decided long before the race has started, done with a random generator, and there's only maybe one or two people that may know what that lap is. So no one knows when these are going to happen. So this is really throwing a cat amongst the pigeons. But as we see Madison Down on screen, let's take our hat off to Rehan, who did an absolutely cracking race, and to put them in a position where they're leading here on lap 68. Like, that is a heck of a job. Rehan, take a bow, because that was a very impressive stint. You took it to some of the best sim races in Australia, and got themselves into a race-winning position.
Dead set held his own, and has set the number one up to pounce at the right time of the championship. You only heard from Madison Down about 15-20 minutes ago, didn't you? Talking about the fact that things haven't necessarily gone their way to this point of the championship season. Tonight may just be that turnaround point. Lap 69, ladies and gentlemen.
Going to make things interesting, isn't it? Just with this battle with Filsell and Kostecki. So Kostecki's in the car now. He's fresh. He's ready to go. And, you know, we've seen what Kostecki can do behind the wheel of a real supercar, but we've seen him what he can do in the virtual world too. He's not short on pace. So it's an amazing driver pairing coming into this for Filsell and Kostecki. So Madison's really got his work cut out for him, regardless of who finishes this, whether it's Kostecki or Filsell. Madison's definitely got himself got some work cut out for him.
Yeah, the 94 boys, as well as the 1 boys, know that they're in good hands for the balance of the night. But as we say, it's going to be very interesting to see who finishes that car. It seems as though these boys are in the belief that there's another pit stop in this race. Cameron Jones, Bo Albert, Ian Ford and Richard Hampstead all on pit lane at the moment, folks, all sitting 39 through 43rd. And just the one engine failure thus far. That was for the 27. So Tyson Broad out of the race, unfortunately. Marcelo Rivera's a lap down. Everybody else, I can't believe I'm saying this, still on the lead lap. Those safety cars have been falling at just the right moment to keep everybody on the lead lap.
And that's what you do, isn't it? You roll the dice like that. We touched on the leaders were coming up to traffic. Do they pit just to get out of that traffic? And if they had have pitted earlier, that could have hurt them. So the strategy's worked out nicely for them, where they've been able to stretch for as long as they could, and then this safety car's come out. So, yeah, really great timing. I know a lot of these drivers will be fairly happy about it.
So a potential double stint here for down on the run home to complement the double stint from Leonage. It seems as though Kostecki and Filsell are going stint for stint. Myers is now aboard the 22. Griffin Gardner, if I was a gambling man, I'd say he'd be bringing it home in the 93. Hayden Veld, Robert Gibbs, James Scott, Bradley Ratu, Dylan Rudd and Ethan Grigol at the top 10. So EGG, the 2-time Hyundai XL national champion now in the real world. Can I just say, as much as this is a supercar broadcast, I cannot wait for iRacing to get onto the hidden wonder that is Hyundai XL racing in Australia and put the XL on the sim racing platform. I think that would be in the same vein as it was when they put Formula V on there. Absolutely bonkers. Madison down leads this race. It looks as though we're going to have another lap under safety car here, Sam Mann, and then all hell breaks loose once more. But, I mean, this is lap 70. Two very delicately, conveniently placed safety cars to this point. And who stands to gain most from this free pass, this free kick to latch onto the back of the field and let rip once more?
I think everyone obviously gets that second chance. It bunches the field up, but the further back you are, the harder your job's going to be, because obviously these front runners, these top 5 or 10, they'll slowly start to pull away from the rest of the field. So if you find yourself outside of there, you've got your work cut out for you. But still don't know how the rest of this race is playing out. There could be a big, we haven't seen a big accident, so no, fingers crossed that doesn't happen. But so much can play out. But I think while we've got this run under safety car, it's a good time to touch on. You were talking about iRacing. The news through the week, if you didn't catch it, is the release of the Gen 3. It just missed out on this most recent build. So it looks like in the next build, we should have the Gen 3. But then what's more exciting is that the team were in Adelaide and went to the bend, and iRacing are in the process of scanning the bend, or they may have just finished it. And they're also scanning the Adelaide Street Circuit. How amazing is that?
Once it's set up in November, of course, for the Supercar finale. And that'll take it to 7 Australian circuits on the circuit. And we know, on the server rather, when we know that Pukekohe's still in the works as well. So that'll take it to 8 circuits that we are very familiar with these cars. And ever so gradually the Australasian presence increases, the Trans-Tasman presence increases on the server, not least Gen 3 of course on the way, not least of course talk about maybe Sydney Motorsport Park somewhere down the line as well. So a lot to be excited about as an Australian motorsport fan with regards to the world's leading sim racing platform, iRacing. Right, lights out on the safety car, ready to go once more. A lot of people salivating at that news this morning when it broke from iRacing overnight. and we are very excited. Adelaide was probably the surprise that we weren't expecting, but how good to see another street circuit on there to complement the likes
the
of
22.
Long Beach and Chicago. Have a look at that, not mucking around at all. The 22 straight up the outside, Brady Myers. Watching
inside.
Brady Kostecki. He went for the switchback, wasn't able to get it done. Gardner and Beld are in there as well. They've got the rest of the pack of the top 5, but it's Madison down that leads the field to the restart. And Holmes
someone's backwards at turn 1. 2
and 3, and we've lost one at 1.
Yeah, there was a car.
Danger the restart, we know that.
Yeah, and that was the head up. I reckon that heads up between the two TTR cars. I think Madison was on the radio just letting him know probably that when the 22 could go, that they were going to go at the same time. He had a crack at Kostecki, couldn't quite get it done, but now they can just reset and push on.
So Rivera and Lewis 2 laps down. Broad and Dance are out of business. But everybody else, it's game back on. By gee, what a task Brady Myers has on his hands here with Griffin Gardner breathing down his neck.
Well, this is what Madison wanted to. You know, he spoke about us when he was here, when he joined us in the broadcast, that he wanted another TTR car up there just to take on the Lobs cars because, you know, he knew the pressure was starting to build, and those Lobs cars, they rounded out the top 6 for the start of this. So he wanted the 22 up there to help him, and it looks like he's getting his wish so far.
Unfortunately, a couple of the Doohan cars have already got into one another. There have been a couple of teammate moments. Synergy Sim Racing have had a teammate moment as well, so it hasn't been all smooth sailing. Now, my timing screen is telling us that we're starting lap 72. We're able to tell you that Hayden Beld has gained 12 spots, most of anyone in the top 5. And Robert Gibbs, who you just caught a whiff of there on screen, up 16 spots from 23rd on the grid, up at a 7th in car number 2. And have a look at the elbows out here. Oh, trouble! There's your big one!
Contact! That looks like...
495 goes exit stage right.
Was that heavy damage? Did he get away with it? A couple of more cars involved back there through there too. Will this be a safety car?
So Blake Delaney caught up in that with Thomas Freeman. Zach Vlasblom and Teo Sorono's car caught up in that. Not the only ones. There were 3 or 4. That has just kept everybody on notice now because, as things get more serious. That was a good move. James Scott down on the inside of Hayden Beld. That'll be for P5. Beld slips back to 6th. Robert Gibbs is 7th. And James Scott there when the whips are cracking.
Yeah, I think
next target will be his teammate Griffin Gardner.
Yeah, and that's what Myers, is that the Stenberg car? Just looks like trying to regather. Man, it's all happening here, but I reckon that's who they need to be worried about, is that those top 3 or 4 drivers need to worry about Scott. We've seen Scott's pace that he's had, and so I don't be surprised if you start to see the pressure come from him.
Big lunge, and it was to no avail. So Ethan Griggold survived an attack from Luke Rosella. Let's have a look at a replay here. The OG Gear replay, the incident.
When you fed by a teammate.
For the 47.
No. We've already
seen another
seen
teammate incident.
Wow, we've already seen about that was a Synergy Sim Team Racing that they were coming together, and now TTR are having a crack at it.
Too much of the teammate on teammate rubbish tonight, but then again, I mean, you look through this field, there's about 11 Synergy Sim Racing entries. There's
watch this, the red car. This is where I saw the 495 fire off. Bang. Big contact into the back there. And that's what I was worried about. And then there was a couple of other cars that were involved back in the pack too. There's the 111 pointing the wrong way. So,
Hayden Beld's been boxed out of it here, Sam, man. Hayden Beld's been absolutely swamped. So we lost out to James Scott a few moments ago. And now he's lost out to Robert Gibbs and Ethan Griggold as well. And now under pressure from Dylan Rudd and Luke Rosella. The floodgates have opened. And unfortunately, the 53 of Beld is on the downward trajectory. Across the line we go. Griffin Gardner's punched out the fastest lap of the night at 1:32.494.
Drive up the inside, trying to make 2 spots in his contact. He went in there deep under brakes. That's pushed the 55 wide, and that was door-to-door contact. I don't know that the stewards will be too impressed about that one.
And that was Bradley Radu, a bit too ambitious. But we've seen a bit of that argy-bargy. Everybody's just, got a little bit too pumped up and excited off this safety car restart, and it's as though it's 5 laps to go, not 50 or 40 as it is now, 43 next time by the line. Down leads Kostecki by 0.2 of a second. Myers in behind them. Gardner's there as well. And Scott has latched on. Top 5 covered by 2.09 seconds. And here's the replay of what happened. All the silly nonsense at turn 1.
Oh, this was back in the pack where we saw the rest of the cars involved. But, ooh, a couple of heart and mouth moments for a lot of cars back there. That could have been 20 times worse.
So 5 cars in 2 separate incidents is the takeaway from that one. Yeah.
That's incredible, isn't it? All the same corner. That's interesting. But, they're not. We were talking about we haven't had a big crash, but geez, they're trying their hardest, aren't they?
We've seen a couple of little ones since the restart. Absolutely. Down the main straight we go.
Here we go.
Is this the move for the lead? Brody Kostecki down the inside of Madison down. Thank you very much. Nearly contact on the way through.
Yeah.
Down, lets him go.
I'm wondering. I think hopefully they got away with not much damage there. It looked like that. Down got out of the throttle to let him go, and Kostecki didn't quite pull out enough in time, but I think he's gotten away with it and didn't get damaged. So, that could have been massive.
Mitchelson for overtaking the safety car without approval has a drive-through penalty. 0-4, Luke Mitchelson, Paul Young, Synergy Sim Racing, drive-through penalty. Brody Kostecki's the leader now, having taken back over from Madison down the number 1 for his first laps of the night after the safety car intervention. Brody Myers is third. Griffin Gardner, James Scott has latched onto that fight now, and in fact, the argy-bargy between Kostecki and down at the front has invited Scott back in. He's got onto the train. Gibbs Creek Gulp not too far away. The 7, the highest it's been all night. The 7 in lucky 7 at the moment. And look at down. Just sitting there patiently, playing the long game with Brody Kostecki. The defending Supercars champion, the 94, with Jared Filsell, the championship leader in this series at the moment. The unbackable favourites for the Enduro Cup find their way to the top, along with the defending series champion, the number 1 for Trans-Tasman Racing. This is a heavyweight fight between 2 of the big heavyweight teams in this series. Across the line we go. That is the end of lap number 75. 42 to go.
I think Madison finds himself in a good spot here. He can sort of sit behind Kostecki now and just maybe save a little bit of fuel if he can. Just tug on to the tailcoats and just maybe get a little bit of that draft. So we know that he did jump in pit lane. Whether there was a fuel difference, that might have been the case. But so it probably puts him in good stead where he can just sort of sit and ride, because they know that they're not going to race too hard at the moment. There's still plenty of way to go in this race. So where they're at this stage, I don't think they're showing their hand, but it puts them all in good stead as they just need to run these laps down.
Take a breath. It's been relentless in the first handful of laps here, 5 of them since that safety car intervention. And Griffin Gardner now holds the fastest lap of the race. 1:32.494. And look at this, still side by side further down the order. Another one of the Doing Lobs Esports entries down on the inside of the number 2. So that was, of course, Dylan Rudd in the 990 on Robert Gibbs. So that's for 7th and 8th. So Rudd and Lutzu sitting pretty at the moment, with the Gibbs and Capel in behind. Kostecki's going to lead us to the line to end at lap 76.41 to go. And yes, we've been racing now in excess of 2 hours, ladies and gentlemen, and still pretty well where that came from. Another hour's worth. Is there another safety car in the mix? We know that we're expecting another round of pit stops just yet. Are we at that critical lap number? We're not far away. Stick around. The best is yet to come on a Friday night. And don't forget, the next of the Enduros in the True Force Enduro Cup is now only 3 weeks away from Sandown. Also 500 kilometres, 161 laps. Friday, August 30. And then we turn our attention to a Sunday for the Bathurst 1000, Sunday, September 22, round 10 of the championship, round 3 of the Enduro Cup. So the big weight, the heavyweight fights are still to come in this championship. Then we go back into sprint mode for rounds 11 and 12, all wrapping up, of course, Wednesday, November 13 from Spa. And you'll see all the action right here on our various number of different platforms. We're streaming across YouTube, and that is a big send down the inside by the 9.5 Sim Sport entry, and a bit too much hip and shoulder involved for the sake of it as well.
Yeah, when we saw it actually happen live, we knew it was a big dive. So unfortunately, the stewards will be fairly interested in that, or I imagine so. But yeah, mate, what a race. And I reckon Interlagos is really turning it on for these cars. And then, like you touched on, we go to the traditional home of endurance racing where we've got Sandown and Bathurst together. And absolutely blessed to have that in our platform because for us, it brings home a touch of homegrown racing when you think about Sandown and Bathurst. It's a true lead up to the Bathurst 1000, isn't it, when we race at Sandown? So really excited for that one.
History and tradition, and I don't envy your series organisers now in the years ahead with circuits like the Bend and also the Adelaide Parklands dropping on the server in the years ahead. Whether Interlagos retains its spot on the Enduro calendar or whether it's an all Australian swing of the tour. I mean, we've already had an Australian round this season, round 2 was at Phillip Island, but now you're going to be sport for choice. So there's going to be potentially some interesting conversations had with regards to whether we have an international flavour to the Enduros going forward, or whether it's a 3-round swing through some of the best circuits in Australasian motorsport. Let's not forget, a Pukekohe 500 wouldn't have a bad ring to it either, I wouldn't imagine.
Can you stop? I'm salivating right now.
not to give you any ideas, of course. Now, here's the elbows out. Oh, geez, you wouldn't want to get any closer than that. That's Andrew Gilliam we're running on board with at the moment, driving with James Golding. Now, a big send down on the inside to turn 10.
Yeah, they've given each other plenty of room there. And this is what I love about this part of the racetrack is there's so many opportunities in this tight, twisty section to throw it on the inside and gamble around the outside, but they haven't given up. Have a look at them.
That's the Fishy Motorsport entry up there on the inside. We haven't had much of a chance to talk about them tonight, but have a look at them. Right in the thick of it now when the whips are cracking.
Oh, Talladega stuff here. They're drafted. Are they going to go 3 wide? Yeah,
no!
Straight away. Oh, he's gone.
And a big one. 1, 2. How did they not hit him? The Fishy Motorsport entry of Michael Willing and Jamie Dodd. It's concrete.
Massive damage to the right front of Michael Whiting. That all started, well, more nose to tail contact there, but they were all side by side. Man, lucky not to bring out a safety car. That could have been a huge incident.
That could have been the big one, Sebring style. That really could have been.
Yeah, in that part of the racetrack too, it narrows up.
We've put the kiss of death on Whiting and Dyke, haven't we? We hadn't seen them all night. And the first time they're in the thick of it, this is how it ends. 3 wide on the main straight at the Interlagos circuit. And so another car had a very significant cloud in all of that as well. Couldn't quite pick up the number for the cloud cover there at the Interlagos circuit at the moment. Andrew Gilliam benefits from that, jumped up into 15th spot, somehow avoided damage in the midst of all of that. I'm still not sure how.
Yeah, that was absolute heart and mouth, isn't it? That part of the racetrack, especially where it narrows up and through.
So a safety car right now would have almost set us on the path to one last stop and just race hard to the checkered flag. It wasn't to be, so that keeps an element of intrigue about it because it's always interesting when all of our field or our drivers aren't on the same strategy. The battle for first is bunching up here as they make their way into turn 7 once more. Brody Kostecki, Madison down, Brody Myers, Griffin Gardner, James Scott, Ethan Griggold has now moved his way up into 6th spot, got the elbows out on Dylan Rudd. We've picked up Madison down. On screen there, we did lose pictures here in commentary for just a moment, so hopefully we haven't missed anything untoward. But have a look at the replay from on board as they made their way down onto the main straight. the best seat in the house for the biggest moment of the night.
Yeah, tagged him.
Until you get involved in it as an innocent bystander, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say it was the best seat in the house till the road cleared up. So,
dear.
Man, that could have been a lot worse. That was unreal.
That's a very costly stop now for Jamie Dyke on pit road as well. Bradley Ratu, here in 18th with Rick Kuznetsov, his co-driver. They're hoping to get back into, at this stage, probably the top 15. Down the inside. So Kuznetsov is 18th. We're riding with him. We're watching the Trans-Tasman Racing entry and Andrew Dyson. So Dyson and Borg have been overtaken by the 36, of course. And that's Josh Anderson on a charge at this point of the night. So Anderson up to 16th, but they've got a bit of ground to try and reel in Andrew Gilliam.
Oh, no. Have a look at this pack up front. This is building into something because these guys, they need to be careful they're not going to start tripping over each other. This is how close it's getting. Look it down. Just putting that pressure to the back of Kostecki.
Okay, so top of the screen, the 72. Of course, Adam Briggs, Ewan Baker, they've picked up a drive-through for contact with the number 8, which, of course, is Jake Burton and Emily Jones under safety car. That's a big no-no. I mean, contact at the best of times is a no-no in the eyes of the stewards, particularly when the race is neutralised. So they covered a pit lane, and Brodie Kostecki is getting the big hurry up from one of the best in the business, Madison Down. Brodie Myers is there in third within striking distance. Don't rule out Griffin Gardner either. And James Scott has worked his way back into the fight. Ethan Griggold is there when the whips are cracking, as we suspect he might be, with Evolution Racing. Down the main straight. Here goes down to the inside. Down the inside.
Not quite.
Oh, no. Kostecki goes deep and goes long and holds sway. There was absolutely no pun intended with that phrasing of down the inside either, by the way. Brady Myers, Griffin Gardner and James Scott follow him through. Down has just had a little bit of a bow peep to let Brodie Kostecki know that he's there, but I doubt that Kostecki needs the reminder, because if he looks in the rearview mirror, he's just going to see supercars as far as the eye is long, as the day is long, because it's a bit like peak hour traffic on the M1, but at least it's flowing smoothly and quicker.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if Kostecki's just controlling this. I don't think he's worried about running too fast. So I think Madison could see. Oh, yeah, here he goes. He's going to drive up the inside. It's going to put him on the outside for the next turn, though. So he's going to try and hold strong. He knows he's got a teammate behind him, so he's not going to quite get the job done there. So tricky part of the racetrack. But I think you can see that Kostecki's just holding up this field a little bit, and Down would be pretty keen to get the job back in front of him, just so he can sort of control the race himself. But it's really bunching up for this top what have we got, 6, 7, 8 cars there.
We'll make it 9 as well. Robert Gibbs is about to latch onto the back of it, in fact has done so. Kostecki, Down, Myers, Griggold is now right there. The number 7 has slowly but surely chipped his way through here and moved up to 4th. Aim straight again.
Down again.
Down back down the inside once more. Madison Down looking to go up on the inside of Brodie Kostecki, and this time he'll look to make it stick. Kostecki will force the issue around the outside for the inside at turn 2, and Down still there as they get down to turn 3, and still there side by side. And look at Brodie Myers winning a piece of this as well. So too Ethan Griggold. Kostecki's being hung out to dry. Griggold's gone with Kostecki here. The Tasman teammates are working together. Down's down the inside. Griggold switched back to the inside. Griggold's going to third. Down the inside of Brodie Kostecki, who has been boxed out of it in the 4th spot. And Madison Down leads Brodie Myers. Tasman 1-2 at the moment. Griggold is third. And just like that, Kostecki and Phil Sill, the favourites for the night, are boxed in 4th.
Yeah, they could see what was happening. They could see that play out, and that was a huge play out for Griggold, because he could see what was happening, and he decided to go with the TTR cars, so they managed to get past Kostecki. So it was a good run from Down that started that chain reaction, but man, you could see how that was all starting to play out. So Down will be holding his breath now. They've got that little bit of clear racetrack, but they need to push on because Kostecki will come back.
Indeed he will. Let's have a look at this. That's Shepherd up on the outside as well. So number 29 is all of a sudden in the thick of it with Jake Maloney behind the wheel now. And under pressure from Griffin Gardner. James Scott following them through. So Scott a few moments ago was 5th. He's now 7th. And Rudd and Rosella, his teammates, are right there. A little bit of switchback work from Maloney. Maloney back down on the inside. 3 wide, 4 wide on the run out of turn 1. How well does this end? Does this end in tears? Not just yet, but all of this squabbling has spread the field out like wildfire.
Yeah,
now leads Myers. Myers has got up to second now. Gridgold is third and Kostecki fourth.
They're the ones loving that. They see this battle happening in their mirror and they're just starting to check out on these guys. So where it was all nose to tail for the top 10 or 12 cars, these guys now have got that little bit of margin when they start squabbling. So it's worked out nicely for Down and Myers and Gridgold.
The old vocal cords haven't worked too hard tonight until that last little scrap for the top 4 there. Down Myers, Gridgold and Kostecki, 1, 2, 3 and 4. We go back. Rainer Costello and Matthew Bauer have made their way up to 12th and now down on the inside as well. On the Synergy Sim Racing entry, which was sitting there in 13th, that's the 0974's and El Navi. So El Navi under the pump here at the moment, up 12 spots on where he started. Kenneth Latter, can we just highlight this for a moment? Car number 543. Right, Scott Campbell, Kenneth Latter, up 32 spots. Up 32 spots.
That's awesome.
And on the precipice of the top 10.
That is brilliant. Hats off, boys. Regardless of what happens for the rest of the night, that is a stellar effort.
They're the sorts of stories that we come to these Enduros for. Those hard charger stories, and of course the Hard Charger Award tonight, proudly sponsored by OG Gear as well as our replays. Andrew Gilliam comes to pit lane as well, the 201. That may well be for a driver change, of course, to swap over and give James Golding another run. We'll wait and see. But yes, Gilliam on pit road. James Scott and Jake Maloney are swapped around again, 5th and 6th. Griffin Gardner's now back there in 7th. Oh, is it going to calm down at any point? I don't think so. Down the leader, Myers second, half a second the margin, and then 1.2 between Down and Gridgold, and then half a second from Gridgold back to Kostecki at the moment. So the top 4 have broken clear. They put 2.5 on James Scott, Jake Maloney, Griffin Gardner, Dylan Rudd and Robert Gibbs. And Hayden Bell just holding on to 10th spot at the moment. 32 spots gained for Kenneth Latter at this point. The OG Gear Hard Charger could well be going their way if things stay as they are. There's always quite achievers on a night like this. If you can nail your strategy, if you can buy a little bit of luck, if you play your cards right. I mean, at the end of the day, everybody's got to play the same cards they've dealt. But those guys have just slowly but surely chipped away at it, and they are on the cusp of the top 10, chasing Hayden Bell for the privilege at the moment. Back to the leaders. The battle pack continues here. This is 5th through 9th, and on the run down to turn 1. So that's Jake Maloney being muscled out there by Griffin Gardner, who jumps into 6th spot now. Dylan Rudder want a piece of that as well, but Maloney will be hoping he gets a good run off turn 3. Maloney following Scott through. At what point do they say, look boys, follow the leader, eyes forward, let's try and reel the top 4 in, because they have very quickly bolted.
Yeah, that's exactly what Scott will do now. We've seen his pace all year. It's been incredible in that Lobs car. So now that he's got himself a little bit of clear air, he will focus now to get to the back of Kostecki, because he doesn't want to let that margin slip out too much. We can see that that gap is now 4.2 seconds to the leader. So he knows he's got pace on board, and now's probably the right time to use it up, because they've still got another round of pit stops that will take place before this race is finished.
At the 017. Keep an eye on him as well. So Dyson and Borg, they are in the mix here as well. Forrest and Al Nabi's just been relegated too, down into 12th place. Has got by the Bowler and Costello entry, who's now 13th. Battle packs left, right and centre at the moment, folks. We're right on board with Dyson, who sits 16th. Chasing Bradley Ratu. Blake Warboy's in behind them. This is a 3-way fight for 15th, and it's the same right down the order. There are just battle packs everywhere you look. We know that Tyson Broad's the only retirement of the night thus far. We know that Michael Whiting and Marcelo Rivera are down a lap, and we know that Brody Kostecki and Ethan Greg Galt are going at it toe-to-toe here, and Greg Galt's just lost third. Kostecki back to third, and out in pursuit of the Trans-Tasman Racing entries that continue to hold sway here. 1 and 2 at the end of lap 87, 30 to go. Down and Myers, 31 to go, 30 next time by the line. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Down and Myers, Kostecki now has got by Greg Galt. Will this be the start of the charge back to the top of the summit?
Yeah, well, that's what Kostecki needed to do. He just needed to tag onto the back of the 2 TTR cars up front, because obviously he got swamped and got those positions away from him. He wasn't short on pace, he never has been, so we know he's still got pace up his sleeve, and he was just running his race to the way it needed to run. You know, they've obviously got a plan of when they're going to pit, so at the end of the day, he was running his own race. He got snuffled a little bit, but it won't be long till he's on the back of, as we check.
Bradley Ratu. Ratu's had a moment. He was running in that fight for 15th that we were talking about a few moments ago. That's going to drop him outside the top 20. Outside the top 30 even. Drama-filled moment here for Bradley Ratu up at turn 6 with Blake Warboys. And it's ended in tears on the OG Gear replay.
We've seen that a lot tonight, haven't we? Just people just not giving enough room on exit, where there's still that crossover margin where the driver's still alongside. So we've seen a lot of that tonight, more than probably any other racetrack that we've seen so far this season. Oh, drama, Hayden Veld. He's got the front of the car missing. This could be a safety car with 30 laps to go. That car is not going anyway. So you can see a couple of cars have decided to fly down pit lane. This is on one of the fastest parts of the racetrack.
What on earth?
Damage!
Two-car crash.
Teammates.
A, it's teammates, and B, I'm not sure. I didn't get a good enough look at the incident, quite frankly, to see how he's ended up just running straight into that tyre wall.
I think he got a tag.
Safety car boards and flags, I'm sure of it. That car's not going anywhere. Stuck in the middle of the racetrack. Wayne Burke's come to pit lane. He's seen the opportunity to dive in right now. And I reckon everybody else is about to follow for the last stop of the motor race.
Well, they've got to be careful because there's a car.
Get to the flag.
That car is still stationary on the front straightaway, so a lot of these teams need to be very careful, but they will be decided. I reckon they'll dart down pit lane because there's got to be a safety car. That was huge damage. They haven't called the safety cars yet, though.
No. Downs are awake to it. Here they come. Down pit lane. No. They're going to continue on. That car is there still. Oh, wow.
I think that was it. Yeah.
Yeah,
look, there's a safety car.
Flag that's now been called. It's been called a little bit too late for the liking of Down, but Scott, Gardner, Maloney and Rudd were all awake to it. Oh, wow, is this a game-changing moment or what?
Well, they're at a point now where they can push on. They haven't been collected by that safety car, so... actually, now that's pit them. No, they have to slow up. They have been caught out now. This race has been handed to James Scott.
It has. It has.
I said they needed to dart down the pit lane. They didn't take that opportunity. This has worked out massively for Scott. Well,
I mean,
man,
how filthy are they going to be with A, not being awake to it, and B, the fact that the safety car was called as late as it was.
No, well, the car was in the moment. The car was in the middle of the racetrack. There was a 99.999% chance that was going to be a safety car. You have to pit. They should have pitted. They've dropped the ball there, and that's cost them the victory.
If iRacing had a red flag option, it probably would have been a red. Here's the replay for OG Gear.
I reckon he was going to go the lane, and he got tagged. Let's see.
Let's have a look here.
Was it a late move?
The 053.
Definitely got a bump.
Touch.
I wonder if he was going into the lane.
I'm interested as to how wild the onboard ride is with the 53. If we are able to have a look at that. McNamara's been in, Freeman's been in, pit stops galore. Let's have a look. We're on board the 12 here. We're gonna get wiped out here.
He collects him. Bang.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Huge hit.
And yes, it does now look like on that second shot, or that third look that we've had at it, that car was bobbling, it was unsettled, and he wasn't able to get control of it. He was literally a passenger in that moment.
This is the game changer. Everyone heading down pit lane as we go back to an OG gear replay.
Yep.
Have a look at this. This is the onboard.
Oh, now here's the other question, right? Here's the OG onboard.
Oh,
Bang.
wow.
If he went left instead of right, it would have been a drive-through penalty for an unsafe pit entry. But nonetheless, it is what it is. And now have a look at this flotilla, this flurry of pit stop activity now, because all of a sudden, all these guys have benefited massively. Luke Rosella, Griffin Gardner, James Scott, Dylan Rudd, Andrew Gilliam.
Wow.
Massive defining moments. Forza El Nabi's in there as well for Synergy Sim Racing. What? And closed pit lane as well. Pit
so
exit still closed.
Yep.
Now I'm interested as well. You guys might be able to clarify this for me, because the one thing I didn't have a look at this week in the lead up to the broadcast was the race and rule regulations. The closed pit lane. Those guys that got in there before the safety car was deployed, they're good. The safety car was deployed, but the pit lane was still open. Is that right? And the pit lane was only closed once the safety car got out onto the circuit. Yeah.
So good heads up there from Myers and down, because they stopped. There was a couple other drivers that just kept going. So this has cost TTR the victory. It's cost them a chance at a 1-2. And yeah, I'm sorry, they absolutely dropped the ball there. We saw that accident and they should have been all over that, and they should have been in the lane. So this has cost them big time.
And if they were watching the broadcast, we saw it live. We saw the car straight in the middle of the circuit.
They'll have teammates spotting around the race as well. So
now, okay, Brady Myers is slowing up at this point as they try and sort out the corrected order. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy! You never like to see races won and lost by what goes on pit lane or what goes on with safety car strategy play, etc. and so forth. However,
it's part of it,
saying that it's part of the caper. You play with the cards you're dealt. We mentioned this only a few moments ago. The reality of the matter is, those that were aware to what was going on have reaped the benefits. Here we go. We're riding on board and getting another look at this incident with Anderson on the run down to the main straight. How lucky he was to avoid it. That could have been a 3-car pile-up. So it's bad enough that there were 2 cars wiped out in that, 2 teammates. But yes, Anderson could have been a 3rd. Freeman and Veld on pit road. Veld's been recovered. And Freeman has been stationary for 47.9 seconds and has got back out there. The safety car remains out on the circuit and going around for another lap. And given the clean-up job, not just to the field, but also the circuit required here, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a slightly longer one. We'll wait and see. We may get a restart this time by. But look at this all of a sudden. Hasn't this just opened up beautifully for the Do It OK by Lobs Esports stable? Have a look at them.
Yeah, look,
they are sitting beautifully right now.
Nicely for them. For me, it's gut-wrenching to think that the efforts that Rehan went to at the start of this race, it's going to be overshadowed by, unfortunately, that safety car. He did an amazing job, put him in a great position. They were leading, but hats off to the Lobs boys. They called it, they pitted, and got themselves a real win, real chance at a win here tonight. And but it's taken Kostecki out as well. Like, Kostecki's a long way back through the field too, so that's hurt him as well.
We've just gone past 10 o'clock on the East Coast, midnight New Zealand, 8 o'clock on the West Coast, and we are far from done. 27 laps to go at the Interlagos circuit in Brazil. Round 1 of the True Force Enduro Cup and round 8 of the Logitech G Pro Invitational E Series. Let's have a look at what's going on pit lane here.
Pit exit will be closed, and the 94 is left.
Kostecki and Philsell have left the lane.
The 22 and the 1, I called it when it happened. They were smart heads-up drivers. They saw that the pit lane was closed. So that is going to be up to the stewards. Well, yeah. Hey, this is why I don't want ever to be a steward. I never want to be a race steward. I don't care. I've spoken about it so many times. Don't even hand me a blank check. I don't want it.
No. Agreed. And I believe that safety car boards and flags being taken away, and the safety car heading for pit lanes. So at this point in time, folks, strap yourself in, buckle up and hold on tight, because there might yet be another safety car, but there should be no more pit stops for fuel, tyres and driver changes between now and the checkered flag. So that means we've got 26 laps of pure gloves off racing to bring the curtain down on the first of the Enduros of the season. Round 8 of the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series, round 1 of the True Force Enduro Cup. That's Luke Rosella in the 55 that leads us back to green. Griffin Gardner to follow. James Scott, this race has opened up beautifully for him. And have a look at the whips cracking behind them. The gloves are off, but we've got to be mindful as well here, Sandman, that we're going to have a combination of drivers a lap down, plus drivers trying to get through and chase that front pack of cars at this point in time. So lap traffic is going to be more prevalent than ever, and we're also going to have a few people, with the red mist descending further back in the field, trying to work their way back to the front.
We started this race with the top 6 cars as the Lobs Esports, and now we've got currently the top 5 are all Lobs Esports. So these guys have all come to the front. The way this race is played out, 26 laps to go. Man, this has really taken a turn on its head, and still too hard to call. I think I'm putting my money on Scott. His pace throughout the season has been incredible, but look at that Lobs top 5.
Matthew Bauer was, of course, we didn't get a chance to mention this at the time, but Bauer and Brady Costello with the other car caught up in that incident. So another 2 retirements, but we've still got 42 cars running, ladies and gentlemen. A couple walking wounded, but 42 cars running towards the checkered flag here. A very small rate of attrition tonight. Rosella, Gardner, Scott run the top 4. Blake Warboys has got himself inside the top 10, 18 from the grid, up 9 spots, and now the gloves are off at the front. Griffin Gardner wants to move on the inside, gets a move on the inside, and Griffin Gardner goes back to the lead. Down the inside comes his teammate James Scott, wanting a piece of it as well. Luke Rosella's getting swamped right now. He's getting picked on from all angles. It's 3 teammates for the price of 1. Dylan Rodd's in the fight. They've got to be mindful. They've got to be mindful of the 29er Jake Maloney in this as well. So too falls in El Nabi.
Yeah, I'm not sure when Stanaway and Rosella, the 55, when they pitted. So whether they're out of sequence a little bit, I'm not sure. So, look, at the end of the day, these guys are going to sort of manage it between each other. We've already seen 2 teams take each other out as far as teammates getting together. And we know that these guys are going to be in the same boat. They don't want that to happen, especially in the dying stages. They're in an incredible position at the moment to have the top 5 cars all be Lobs Esports cars. So incredible position, but no doubt there will be a lot of communication between the drivers just so they don't find themselves in that sticky situation.
Just have a look at the traffic jam behind them as well. So what that did, I mean, Brady Baldwin's now in the 11th spot, but there's the 143 getting boxed out of it. That's where I wanted to go. Well done by Jay in our production booth tonight, because the 94, Brody Kostek and Jared Philsell has dropped to 18th spot. That's point number 1. Brenton Hobson's right there behind them. Brian Borg's behind them. As for the rest of them, yes, there they are, 35th. Yeah. I didn't think I'd be saying that. Madison down, Brady Myers down outside the top 30. Just extraordinary scenes here. Teo Sorono, 37. Sean McNamara and Cameron Jones, 38th, but I believe they've still got a couple of post-race penalties to be applied here. Let's have a look at this. Elbows out, gloves off.
And the point is, for the 94, their night could get worse too, because they're, of course, under investigation possibly for that pit lane exit. So they're back in 18th for the moment, but they could be a long way back. And Philsell was the championship leader coming into tonight.
Yeah, and what about these guys? What a recovery from them. From 34th on the grid, the 900 now sits 13th. They were lap 1 incident. They were involved in the opening lap incident. They were down in 45th. They've made their way back. Potential in the top 10.
That's the job done.
On the inside. Up into 12th goes the Vermilion Esports entry on Brody Baldwin, who goes back to 14th now. The 900 is on a mission here. Up to 12th. Ian Ford back into 13th. Just action everywhere. The 5-4-3 of Blatter and Gamble, not for the first time tonight. And a car off to the outside there, I think as well. Yes, driver's left, coming back onto the racetrack. That was Jordan Ross driving with Kyle Stokes. They're down now in 32nd position. So it is all happening here as we suspected it might. The remaining few laps of the opening enduro of the campaign. Round 8 of the championship. The Logitech G Pro Invitational Series. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we're enjoying bringing it to you. Griffin Gardner, the leader here. Luke Rosella, James Scott, Dylan Rudd. The Bob's Esports table. Absolutely smashing it out of the park at the moment. The OG Gear replay will show you what happened to the 143.
Oh, again.
Straight across the infield.
Didn't clear. Again, we've seen it so many times tonight, and that could have been a lot worse. That 5-4-3, when you're on the grass, you're almost out of control, and then that's, of course, how the rest of the incident played out. But, whew, heart and mouth stuff.
Absolutely. In fact, it feels as though the whole 94 laps so far. Kuznetsov now picks up a 5-second penalty for contact with Rosella with the resumption of play there. Oh, look at this! Shepherd and Maloney in the thick of it. Orson El Nami finds his way by the 6th. 5th now, in fact. They've gone by Dylan Rudd. We didn't pick that up. Orson El Nami to 5th. Maloney and Rudd back in behind. Warboys is 8th. Then Gibson Hampstead. Griffin Gardner leads this race by 1.2 seconds. Gilliam set the fastest lap a few laps ago, 1:32.213. We're right on board. The logjam of cars. Griffin Gardner's got 1.2 to the good. James Scott has them just lining up behind him, all the way back to about 10th spot now. We're right on board with Warboys. There he is. No longer enjoying his pizza.
He's fueled and ready to go to the end now. You can see that look of concentration. He knows what's in front of him. And it's really good to see these guys at work in their simulators, just seeing what they're going through. He looks pretty calm and relaxed, actually, at the wheel. Probably looks a little bit less stressed than I do. I've usually got a fan to keep me cool and everything else going, but he looks quite composed at the moment, and he's right in the thick of it.
Well, the safety car has just upended this one and flipped the form guide and thrown it out the window. And all of a sudden, it's worked beautifully into the hands of the 93, Griffin Gardner and Damon Woods. Bo Albert riding with Scott Mackay, of course, tonight. He's there in 15th. We're riding on board with him now. And he's about to get hassled and bustled by the Kostecki and Phil Salantry on his way back through the field.
The unique thing, how's that? The unique foot cam too that we've got there on board with Bo Albert. Oh, he just clears. But you can just see, look at that throttle application, how much brake he's using. Like, really good to see as we go on board.
Did you see the grimace in his face as well as Kostecki was fighting his way through on the inside? Now he's been boxed out again.
Yeah, see, you're going, damn it, just lost 2 spots there.
There goes the 19 up on the inside for 9.5 Simsport, of course. Re-entry of Dylan O'Shea and Hayden Sell.
Look, I'd be in his ear anyway. I wouldn't stress about the Kostecki car at the moment because, look, it's under investigation. We don't know whether they did have a green light or whether they didn't. So that's the stewards have been pretty busy. We see that Hobson got that 15-second penalty with Heimgartner as well on lap 85. So, yeah, the stewards are really going to earn their pizza tonight, aren't they?
Absolutely, they are. They're making me hungry, actually. I feel as though there's a bit of work to be done for other outlets as soon as I get off air here, but I tell you what, it won't be without a snack in between. We've got Robert Gibbs in 14th place. Here comes the OG Gear replay. Now he's ended up in the thick of it here. He's got to make war, boys.
Come off it. Massive dive.
Too deep a dive, and unfortunately, Maloney was caught up in that one as well. Maloney's back to 7th now. But for the 14th place car of Robert Gibbs, yeah, that was just unfortunate for him to, miss his braking marker if nothing else in turn 1.
I wonder if his foot actually slipped off the brake because that was a long way deep. But anyway, yeah, it could have been a lot worse too. So they all got away with it fairly luckily too, I think.
Jake Maloney Sits 7th at the moment, car 29. It's lost the toe of Dylan Rudd and Gordon Alnarby and Andrew Gilliam, Luke Rizella and James Scott.
Oh, contact on the front straight.
Boys! Forcing the issue there with Maloney and inviting Hampstead and the Vermilion Esports entries behind him back into the toe.
I reckon there was a bump.
I reckon absolutely there was. Down the back straight, and now on the defence goes Maloney. Here comes Warboys. Can't yet find a way by. 132.213 fastest lap of the night. We've got 20 to go. We're at lap 90 out of 117. Hopefully green to the checkered flag, but who knows, given the way tonight's played out. You just never know what to expect when you line up for an enduro. And the supercars delivering in spades here. We've got the battle for 7th on screen at the moment. We've got Bob's Esports licking their lips at the prospect of what's about to come their way in terms of a race result. We've got Madison down. No doubt will be leaving here tonight with the tail dangling between the legs after they were in the right position until that safety car deployment caught them out. Now look at them, 32nd, struggling to find their way through. But that gives you an indication of the level of just how competitive this field is and how evenly matched everybody is, Sam, in the sense that he is struggling to find his way through.
Absolutely. The field is that close, and clean air is king too. When you're not stuck in that freight train of drivers, that obviously makes the task that little bit more tricky too. But look, unfortunately they've put themselves in that position and they didn't pit. Oh, how's that TTR car going to move up the inside now? No. Didn't quite get it.
Just lost a little bit of momentum going through the left-hander. Richard Hampstead now under pressure because he's got the two Vermilion Esports entries, the 222 of course, with O'Reilly and Faulkner, and 900 of Yusuf and Greathead right there in the train. And in behind them as well, Ian Ford. All happening here. And again, it's that battle for those last couple of places in the 10 or just outside. It has been on in earnest in that part of the racetrack, in that part of the field, all night long. And it will remain that way for the final 19 laps. At the front, Griffin Gardner maintains his advantage. 1 second back to James Scott. Scott has now broken clear of Gilliam, Rosella and El Nabi. Rudd and Maloney have dropped off that fight.
Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? Unreal. Like the way that this race is played out at the moment, it's still, you can't even call it now.
No, you can't. But this is the thing, isn't it, Sam, man? I mean, you look at Rehan, Leonage and Madison Down, they're looking at that result potentially as a way for Down to get back into the championship contention, into at least the equation in terms of the consideration. But now, this is taking... here comes Phil Sell and Kostecki. So that may well be... there it is. Black flag drive-through penalty. Number 94. And car 36 got done for the same thing. So there goes Josh Anderson down pit lane for the exact same breach of the rule book. And the same invoice applied.
Now, I'm looking forward to seeing now. Does he come down? He does. Near Madison Down. Actually,
that's justice for Down, isn't it, really?
Well, Kostecki was lucky that he didn't get that stop earlier because I think Madison would have been in front of him. But that's where they were at pit exit. But unfortunately, the 94 went through and they've got that penalty. So if it had been a little bit earlier, Madison would have had that job done. But yeah, that just goes to show just how much they've got their work cut out for them now to be that far back in the field when they're in, obviously a race-winning position. But that really turns the championship on its head now for Phil Sell. Obviously driving with Kostecki, that's going to take a major hit into the points as he came into here as the championship leader.
Yeah, Dylan Rudd and Gianni Lightsu actually stand to benefit most here. Dylan Rudd was only 14 points in arrears coming into this round. And he's got Rick Kuznetsov covered at the moment, so it's looking good for Dylan Rudd to be the new championship leader tonight. Forza and El Nabi under pressure here.
Oh, did he lock a little break there? He's run a little bit wide. This will work out nicely for Forza. Oh, he's hard into the wall. Oh, Oh, now that is, yeah, obviously,
Arnie.
that was heartbreaking because he had the job done, was going around the outside, unfortunately made contact, and he's into the fence. That's going to be big damage.
So the OG gear replay for you. Went a little bit too deep into
He
the
locked it.
corner. Did the 55
Oh,
and bang.
I don't know how much room he gave him there. He might have pinched him a little bit on the turn in, but yeah, it all started that he locked the brake, went in deep. Forzan's gone to the inside, then puts him on the outside for the next corner. Oh, Forzan, I don't know. Forzan took the racing line, but yeah, that's taken him out of contention for that race win now, unfortunately.
Best news is that he has been able to drive away from that and get back going. But I mean, the question has to be asked: how did Rosella end up that far down more to the point and under pressure? Oh, jeez!
There was more in it.
Yeah, there was.
How lucky was Forzan not to get collected?
Yeah. So, I mean, there'll be questions asked about the rejoin there, most likely as well, thanks to the OG gear replay. But yeah, there'll be initial questions about the incident itself with Luke Rosella. So that's unfortunate for Luke that he found himself in that position, but he did run wide into one, which compromised his run into two. And El Navi saw an opportunity to pounce. There haven't been too many of them tonight. And unfortunately, 2 into 1 does not go at that point of the racetrack. So, yeah, glass half empty, glass half full sort of scenario. We stay green, but everywhere you look, contenders are being rubbed out of it. 5 of them were rubbed out at the deployment of the last safety car, our third of the night. Here it is again.
Oh, that
was a big stand from Kostecki.
Oh, this is, so he's had contact. Oh, look out. Forzan just nearly got nailed there. So that was Kostecki involved. So, man, if they're not careful, they might find themselves with another penalty.
And this is what we talk about the red mist. The elbows are out, the gloves are off, no holds barred at this point, but the co-drivers have, so there's 2 things here. The implications of what's unfolded in the last 15, 20 minutes or so with regards to the overall championship picture, not least the Enduro Cup picture, but then also the co-drivers are going to be mindful of the fact that they are involved in the overall championship picture as well as trying to keep their regular season driver in some sort of contention, particularly Jared Philsell and Brody Kostecki, as you said, though Philsell was leading the championship coming into tonight. So, I mean, yep, I can understand the frustration creeping in and everybody's arced up, but at the end of the day, they've, at one point or another here, they've got to think about the bigger picture, which is endurance championship supremacy come September 22 at Mount Panorama, and then overall championship supremacy November 13.
Yeah, it's damage limitation, isn't it? You know your cards have been laid out in front of you with 15 laps to go. If you find yourself back in 20th or 30th, pretty good chance that you're not going to win the race. So you try and salvage what you can. And if it means 1 or 2 places and that's all you can get, then you'll take that rather than getting a penalty and find yourself a little bit further back again.
Indeed. So Gardner, Scott and Gilliam and Rosella and Rudd. Maloney, Warboys, Hampstead. That's the top 8. But slowly but surely those battle packs are thinning out. Gardner controlling this race by half a second. So Scott has caught Gardner and Gilliam is trying to go with him, but he's 2 seconds away. Nonetheless, those boys looking good. For number 93, number 088, and of course number 201. Are doing okay by Lobs Esports treble at the moment. A trifecta, a hat-trick coming up if they can maintain this current run. Not least, of course, Luke Rosella and Dylan Rudd also in that stable in 4th and 5th. So what's the bet? That if they can maintain that sort of buffer back to Maloney and Warboys and everybody else, that they might just line up some photo finishes here and a bit of showmanship for social media purposes. We'll wait and see. Extraordinary for those guys. What a turnaround for them. What a stroke of luck in a race championship season-defining moment. And there is Ethan Grigg-Galt. See, he was compromised by all of that as well. Back down now in 20th position. Was as high as 2nd. now is fighting to stay inside the top 20 under all sorts of pressure there. With Brenton Hobson and Brian Borg not too far away. And now look at this as well. Kostecki on the comeback trail. So 2 down, 3 wide on the run down to 4. Kostecki a man on a mission at the moment. 2 for the price of 1.
No, he hasn't got 1.
No.
He's got 1 so far. Oh, he's going to hold on.
He'll get
These
the second
boys,
one.
yeah, they're not giving an inch, are they? I mean,
No.
like we said, Kostecki there's a possibility of Kostecki maybe getting another penalty
right.
because obviously he was involved with that contact.
The teammates have to be careful as well.
Oh, down around the outside. He's run wide.
Yep, that's going to cost him a spot. The 41's going to go around his outside.
Oh, his teammate as well.
Yep. Got him. Down is still boxed out of it, trying to keep the Synergy Sims racing entry behind him. The 35 can't do that just at the moment. Does consolidate now. Got it done. But he's still lost a spot in all of that, and he's lost 3 to Kostecki.
Oh, so much
And
still
he's
to play
not
out.
out of the woods just yet.
It's crazy. This race has been turned on its head, hasn't it? So much has played out. More race control news incident between 543 and 143. No further action. But man, they are just pushing as hard as they can.
Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Oh, the Stenberg car almost got turned around. There was a little bit of contact there. They got away with it.
Job Stewart there in 30th. Another one compromised by that late safety car call. No further action. 543 and 143. We've already covered that off. We're at 105 and 117. 13 to go. Endurance Motorsport to start your weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Does it get any more intense than this? But for it to be this up in the air, this close to the end, I mean, we're past the 400 kilometre mark now. Just extraordinary stuff.
And look at that margin between the top 2. Like we're talking under half a second now. So I sort of put my money on Scott when they were bouncing back, and you know, he's definitely got pace on board. You can see just how much pressure he's starting to put to the back of Griffin Gardner. I imagine it won't be too long before he gets the job done. James Scott, he's been very impressive throughout the season, but so has Griffin Gardner too. They've both earned that, you know. Obviously, they got a little bit lucky with the way the safety car played out, but they did the right thing. They decided to fly down pit lane, jumped at that opportunity, and here they are with 12 laps to go. And look at the Lobs guys are just having a ball up front.
Blake Warboys now sits 7th. About the highest we've seen him tonight. Up 11 spots on where he started. Jake Maloney trying to fend him off. Maloney is up 5 spots for tonight. The biggest mover remains at this point, I think I'm right in saying, the number 222. Jacob O'Reilly up 29 spots. Zach Ratley, all right, as well, up 28. He was the hard charger last time out at 24. We're north of that tonight. Andre Youssef also having a good run in the 900, back there in 13th, and he's up 21 spots on where he started. But yes, high 20s are where you got to be if you want to win that OG Gear Hard Charger Award tonight. 12 laps to go, 11 at the line. Gardner controlling the race by 0.3 of a second. We're watching Warboys all over the back of Maloney like a cheap suit. He's under pressure from Hampstead as well. So much still to play out here. O'Reilly and Faulkner in behind, so too Ford and Hall. It's just a big freight train in the battle for position number 6 at the moment. So it was 11th for much of the night, but you've wiped out the top 5 through that late safety car deployment, so these guys have just moved up 5. And they've taken the battle intensity to 6th place instead of for 11th. Magnificent stuff. There are winners and losers all through this field. Warboys to the outside. Launches an attack on Maloney on the run to turn 1. Warboys around the outside. This will put him on the inside for 2. Let's wait and see. Racing Red, there's been evidence on. There's a bit of that code. Oh boy!
Is he going to be able to keep it straight? Though he has. But yeah, exactly what you touched on. Just a little bit of net code, and unfortunately that's cost him dearly.
Oh jeez. And I mean, I don't know how race control rules on net code. I don't know if they can rule on net code. Would there have been contact had it not been for the net code? Who knows? The variables, the unknowns of sim racing. It's not perfect, but again, find a platform better closer to reality than iRacing. You won't. It's as simple as that. We'll deal with the technology that we've got, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well, look, at the end of the day, oh, big
Set
dive.
on the inside. This is the
He's gonna
comeback
pull it up.
mission now from Maloney.
Oh, he's not clear, though. Oh, how many times we've seen drivers get turned there. Still manages to hold on. A great little battle between these guys. Oh, it's still not over. Another dive up the inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching at home, either via our totem poll or via live timing, it is just flipping on its lid at the moment. There's stuff going on everywhere right now. It's very hard to keep tabs on. But have a look at this. That's the 2 and the 900. That's Yusuf getting back into the fight. So that's Andre for 13. Being boxed out of it once more. Gibbs trying to get down on the inside. Does so. We've already seen an incident at this part of the circuit tonight. Will there be another one? 3 wide again on the run to turn 1. Who wants to yield first? No one is the answer. They go 3 wide into the corner. Yusuf go hang out the dry.
Oh, how cool was that? They all managed to come out the other end too. That was awesome. Great racing between these guys. Look at the smile on his face. Bo's like, you little beauty. This is a ripper. Looks up in the rearview mirror and says, all right, boys, let's push on.
Up to 13th he goes. Very nicely done, Bo Albert.
He's stoked with that, isn't he?
Absolutely he would be. And that brings them up 17 spots on their starting spot from, 108 laps ago. At 7:30 Eastern tonight, we're at the 3-hour mark of race time almost, ladies and gentlemen. And we've still got a long way to go. 10 laps, 9 at the line. But I'm reliably informed in my earpiece that these guys were down a lap not too long ago. That safety car worked out beautifully for them. Some of the cleanest stuff we've seen all night was the battle, not this one, but the other one. The netcode incident is the one we're replaying for you now on the OG Gear replay, and that was unlucky for Maloney.
Man, how lucky was he to get through?
Make it 6.
Yeah, and look, netcode's part of our sport too, isn't it? I guess that again is the 20-cent part. But we look at the battle up front. I said to be careful. I reckon your money was on Scott, and I don't reckon I'm too far off the mark here. He's looking very racy. He knows here we are 9 laps to go. It's either now or never, and he wants to get this job done on his teammate.
It's his time to pounce. Will Griffin Gardner let his teammate go, or will he make him work for it on the run to the end? It looks like they've got Gilliam covered. Gilliam, of course, also involved in an incident earlier in the night. Started second, it's important to note. It's been a big mission to recover the night and get back into the fight, and he's third. I think they'll take that, given that they were well down the order at the midway mark. Now more drama, because have a look at them. They're all working through the motions here on the run down to turn 4, trying to find clear air, trying not to get involved in any sort of door-to-door contact or carnage. Easier said than done when you're that bunched up with 10 to go, or 9 to go as it is now. And this is Brian Borg in the 17. Brady Myers in the 222.
Oh, look at him sideways. Oh, has he straightened him back up? He has. Oh, wow. Heart and mouth stuff there. That could have been oh, my goodness. And you see the flow of cars behind him too.
Yeah, they've both lost 3 or 4 spots and all that, but it could have been a lot worse.
Hey, a shout out to Jake Burton and Emily Jones too. They've cracked inside of the top 10. We saw that Emily had her fair share of dramas where she was turned around and unfortunately pointing the wrong direction, but now they find themselves inside the top 10. Amazing drive for Emily and Jake Burton.
It's been magnificent. Good recovery from them. Dylan O'Shea sitting there in 9th at the moment. Jacob O'Reilly is 8th. So Vermilion leads 9-5 in that battle for 8th at the moment. They're trying to latch back onto Hampstead and Warboys in the battle for 6th. Warboys still under pressure from Hampstead. The run down the back straight. So even though the fight is on in earnest at the front of the field, it's hard to take your eyes off what's happening in the lower half of the 10.
Yeah, well, they know
championship points on the line here.
They're running out of laps too, so they can see that there's a position or two to be made for these guys. So they know that it's really pretty much, it's pedal to the metal stuff now with 8 laps to go. There's no point saving. If you can get that job done, get it done now.
And then fight for dear life to defend it.
That's exactly
7
right.
to go at the line. I tell you what, I hope Scott Rankin's enjoying tuning into the latter stages of this because it's been a privilege to fill in for him tonight, but the voice box is absolutely hating him right now. And we'll be reaching for the strepsils at the end of this one, let me tell you, and the honey as well. And I'm off to call Queensland Production Sportscast this weekend out at Queensland Raceway, so it'll be interesting to see how we bounce back for that. In the meantime, of course, that's this is a Motorsport Australia supported series. Let's have a look at this. More contact, car to car on the run down to turn one. In fact, if nothing, that was a perfect way of... Oh, no, more trouble. There we go. There's your big one.
Oh, again, we've seen it. Oh, I was just talking up Jake's drive with Emily, and that's massive damage. Is this going to be a late safety car? No way.
Surely not. It will be. You're right.
Oh, he's right on exit.
That's in a very precarious position. I think safety car boards and flags, and we'll have a green flag with about 4 or 3 to go. That is extraordinary.
It's hard to say. Now we need to look at this replay. Like I said, I was just talking up Jake's stocks.
Well,
and their bounce back. Oh, is he caught? He's caught on the outside.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just that contact. Oh, hard damage too. So that's night over for the 19, unfortunately.
I was going to say for Dylan O'Shea and Hayden Sells, safety car boards and flags, folks. Safety car boards and flags. This race is not over yet. Another string in the tail. This is why we love motorsport. My goodness gracious, man. I was about to say, I for whatever reason, I couldn't find the words at the right time, but it was almost as though the 19 was using the car on its right-hand side as a little bit of a pull-up, a little bit of a brake marker, because it was a rub, door-to-door rub through turn one. Then obviously, unfortunately, the 19 yielded on the run into 2, but that put it into the clutches of the car that it's made contact with, and off to the right-hand side. In comes Brenton Hobson. That's a very late pit stop for the number 88. Joshua Anderson also in. So a couple of very late pit stops here. Dylan Pereira, Andre Heimgartner, these guys all out of the top 30 at the moment. They've got nothing to lose. They'll throw caution to the wind, try and get the fastest lap or something. I don't know. Scott Gamble's also on pit road. Right now, you would hate to be Griffin Gardner leading this race. Seemed to have it under control. A little bit of pressure from James Scott mounting, but no team orders had been, applied to the situation. No forceful elbows out racing had been engaged by those two by this point, but all bets are off now because you know what? The field's going to be bunched up again, and every single one of that top 5 for the Doing OK by Lobs Esports stable, they are going to have to work to retain that top 5 because Blake Warboys, Richard Hampstead, they're all latching back on, lining up to have one final crack. Dylan Pereira on pit road now as well. Oh, geez. If the voice box wasn't in trouble beforehand, these last couple of laps are going to really push it over the line. Sam, man, who's your money on at this point? I mean, grandstand finish coming up, and we're going sprint racing at what will probably be a lap 114 or 15 of a 117 lap enduro.
Yeah, well, the way this is played out, obviously, after that mid-race safety car that turned its race on its head, where we thought sort of Down was in a great position with Rehan, I'm putting my money on Scott. He's been great all year, very fast. I know there's one team that didn't want this safety car, and that's the Lobs guys, because they had themselves like a good 5-second margin back to 6th place. So they were quite comfortably a top 5 for all the 5 cars there. So they know that they didn't want to see this, but you're right. The Gardner Woods entry, they didn't want to see it either. It was getting spicy, but I think, if I had to put my money on it, if I was a betting man, I'm not, but if I was, I'd put my my little sherbet lolly on Scott, I think.
Stick around too, ladies and gentlemen. Post-race, we will no doubt be having a chat to the winners in the top 3 here before we sign off for the night. What an extraordinary race we've had to this point. Twists and turns that we never saw coming. We could not have envisaged the way that this has played out, the script writers have had a field day with this one. In fact, if anything, the script writers need to give themselves a pay rise. Quite frankly. My goodness, what a night this has been. I was mentioning there earlier, and you can see right on the watermark on the top right-hand corner of your screen, just flicked over, Motorsport Australia. Considering that we are supported by the team there, it would be remiss of me not to elaborate on the point that I was making there earlier. Queensland Raceway tomorrow, the Queensland Motorsport Australia State Circuit Racing Championship resumes round 4. As I say, I'm out there with Queensland Production Sports. So that's across the course of the weekend here in the Sunshine State. Busy couple of weeks, actually, as far as Queensland Motorsport is concerned, with the Shannon Speed Series in town last weekend. So Gardner and Woods. Griffin Gardner, Damon Woods, car number 93. To bring the field back to green. It looks like we're going to go this time by, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to have 4 laps to roll through the motions. Very quick clean-up and very quick bunch-up of this field. Griffin Gardner has control of the field. It's teammates behind him, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Great war boys, Richard Hampstead. The 222, of course, being driven by Jacob O'Reilly and Ben Faulkner at the moment. They are in 8th. Then you go back to Ian Ford, Jake Burton. Jake Maloney lost out again in that car-to-car contact a few laps ago. He's sitting 11th. Then Beau Albert, Robert Gibbs. Zach Ratway rides up now 31 spots. He's down the hard charger of the night again. And then the Synergy Sim Racing stable entry, car number 89, makes up the top 15. Back to green we go. Final restart of round 1 of the True Force Enduro Cup in the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series. And look at the Big Sens lunge. This is going to be ugly. Contact and gone. Is that the 2 or the 7? There's your big one.
That's the 2. Oh, he's going to get drilled again.
The wrong way.
Oh, so lucky.
And there's. Oh, how did they all get away with that?
Yeah.
My goodness. The number 2's rubbed out of it, gone.
That's heartbreaking. He did cop a bit of contact there as all that was unfolding. That could have been a lot worse. There were so many other cars that could have drilled him and just made that like a 10-car pile-up, no problems. But thankfully, we all pretty much got away unscathed. But inside 4 laps to go, this is the way it's playing out. Gardner Woods entry over Scott and Wood. This is an incredible change of pace, but it's the Lobs guys. They're taking it to the field, and are they going to be able to hold on with these last few laps to go?
Gardner, Scott, Gilliam, then Rudd, Rosella and Warboys, the top 6. Through we go. 3 laps to go at the line. Lap 114 just about done. The 222 on screen there at the moment. Having an almighty run. Boxed in there in 8th spot at the moment with Avalon John Hampstead for 7th as they head down towards the start-finish line. The first corner and 3 laps to go. No sends just yet from the Wobbs Esports stable. They're happy 1 through 5. Big send down there on the inside. That's car number 8 getting by car number 29. So that's Burton getting by on Maloney to go into position number 9. Really nice recovery from Jake Burton and Emily Jones. Sam Mann has already elaborated on that. Here's a replay of what happened at turn 1 off the restart. The 17 into the 2.
Oh, he's just going to make contact in the left rear. Bang, turns the 2 round. And this is where it could have got real ugly. Another couple other cars getting involved. Oh, contact into the left rear. Oh, that sends the 143, the 7-2. There's people through the grass. A TTR car clipping the back corner as well. So lucky to have not more cars involved.
And in all of that, Addison Downs got back to 18. Zach Ratway White is now up 32 spots, and I can't find anyone on my totem pole higher than that in terms of positions gained. So the OG gear hard charger for the second round of the road looks like it's going to be Zach Ratway White. Jacob O'Reilly up 30 spots. There is a big send from Madison down on the inside, going door to door with Brody Kostecki and up to 16th. Shots fired in the battle between the 1 and the 94. The defending champion and the current points leading car in this series. They're standing on the gas. They're right out sideways, as Mark Scape would say.
It's like the 94's got a little bit of left front damage, and that might be hurting him. So that could be where he's losing that pace, that straight line speed. So he's actually going to lose quite a few spots here if he's not careful. Oh, he's through one. No way! Don't do it!
Don't do it, boys.
Not the contact there, Mr. Kostecki.
On.
Oh, so that's another incident.
The 07 of Brady Baldwin unlucky in all of that. He and Ty Delaney slip outside the top 30 now. And still the battles rage. Gardner, Scott, Gilliam, Rudd and Rosella. There's a car parked, exit drivers left on the approach to turn 2, outside turn 2. And this is how it all unfolded.
So it's Forza Nabi. We're going to do this replay. Oh, he's got spun. Bang! Hard contact into the concrete.
Jeez.
Could this be another safety car? Surely not with 2 laps to go. Apparently he's got underway. But the Kostecki looks like he might have a cloud hanging over again because that contact, the stewards may be interested in that one. So their night has gone from bad to worse for Kostecki. Unbelievable. But look at the Lobs cars, all battling it out for the top 5 positions.
Just the way they would have liked it. They've put a little bit of a gap on Blake Warboys, Richard Hampstead, and the 222, of course, in 8th place, O'Reilly and Faulkner. The last lap board of the white flag in iRacing is in the air, ladies and gentlemen. 1 to go at the Interlagos circuit in Brazil. And now Griffin Gardner goes on the defence. James Scott to the outside of 1. Scott going right around the outside to go to the lead, if you don't mind. The defining moments in this race. Contact between the 2 teammates. Gardner's not giving this up without a fight. Here comes Gilliam and Rudd. They're both out wide. Oh,
they did! He sent him! He's into the fence! So Scott's got massive damage!
Griffin Gardner in the wall. Scott with damage. Gilliam comes through to take the lead. Gardner on the front row is about to bring this field to the checkered flag unless Dylan Rudd has something to say about it. Unless Luke Rosella has something to say about it. And all of a sudden, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 has been shot to bits. Unbelievable drama in this car race as Gilliam leads the field. The 201, James Golding, his co-driver. What a moment for those guys. Dylan Rudd in the 990 with Gianni Lotsu. He's sitting there in second. Luke Rosella and Richie Stanaway third. Scott Wood still holding on to fourth. Blake Warboys on swing bottom right at the moment, up 13 spots in the top 5 as a result of that carnage on the final lap. They're from second on the grid, not a straightforward night at the office, but still, they find a way to get the job done. Andrew Gilliam and James Golding win round 1 of the True Force Enduro Cup in 2024 in extraordinary drama to win the race. They were 4th or 3rd starting that final lap, and the drama with their teammates has allowed them to find a way through the carnage, through the drama, through the attrition, through the excitement, and take an unforgettable race win after 117 laps. Dylan Rudd in for 2nd, Luke Rosella 3rd, and James Scott will be ruining what might have been. So too Griffin Gardner. They finished 4th and 6th, and Blake Warboys delighted, as you saw, with a top 5. Holy smoke.
What is it with teammates and making contact with each other in this series for tonight? Like, this has been incredible. This is where I thought Scott, he went around the outside. I thought this was an absolute ripper of a move. How much room there? They're trying to have a dive. It gets close on exit. Oh, look, contact there. And I thought Scott was actually the one that went hard into the wall. So, bang. Oh, wow.
And lucky to be able to, I don't know how he's hit the concrete and it's just turned him straight back 90 degrees without giving him any extra invoice. But he's been able to get back going in 6th and limp it to the line. Ridiculous.
That was it. That was, how does he get it back home with that much damage? Like, how was he able to hold on to that position? So, unbelievable. It was good to see those onboard shots with Blake Warboys. He was giving the fist pump. Great night for him, but man, What a race. This had everything, didn't it?
I used this expression a couple of times in the last week on another sim racing broadcast. What the hell was that? Unbelievable. So, Andrew Gilliam and his co-driver, of course. What a magnificent performance from the 201 and well driven by James Golding in the opening stints. But Andrew Gilliam did well to bring it home. Despite some drama, despite an alternate pit strategy, a couple of things not going their way, that safety car being deployed and catching the race leaders out has worked right into their wheelhouse. Then teammates not wanting to play nicely has helped them out even further. They go from third to first in the first sector of the final lap, and they are celebrating in style. That's as good as a championship win for them. What a moment, what a race, what an initiation for yours truly into the Logitech G Pro Invitational E-Series. Just an extraordinary night out. So Lobs Esport go 1, 2, 3, 4, and Blake Warboys in for 5th. We'll go through all the results for you in just a few moments' time. I'm sure they'll come up on your screen momentarily, folks. But by gee, there's a lot to pick apart in all of that, Sam, man. There's a lot to make sense of in terms of just where it went wrong for so many people and where it went right for others. I mean, in all of that, Zach Ratway Wright got up, I think it was 31 positions in the end. So the blokes had an extraordinary run.
There's so many incredible stories up and down the field. You know, you've got heartache with some stories, you've got some joy and absolute, cracking race results. Like, it's changed so many times throughout the night where we thought, oh yeah, Philstone Kostecki, they're going to kill this. And it's like, oh yeah, Madison Down and Leah Rehan were doing a great job and they were leading. And then, man, yeah. And then just the way it all played out, it's just unbelievable.
It never ends well when there's a safety car that close to the checkered flag and we've got to let them loose for 3 or 4 laps. And poor old Griffin Gardner, he'll be ruling what might have been there. There are the results for you, folks. 0.3 the winning margin, Gilliam to Rudd. Rosella and Scott, then Warboys, Gardner. Geez, what might have been for them. I mean, I was dead set getting ready to call them across the line, Gardner and Damon Woods. But no, teammates will be teammates. It's like sibling rivalry, isn't it? No one wants to lose, so no one wants to win. And then Richard Hampstead, Jacob O'Reilly, Jake Burton, and Jake Maloney, the top 10.
Unbelievable. And of course, these are provisional. There may be Absolutely. Some discussions with race control, and I'm sure that the stewards will be having a look at some of those incidents. Madison Down in 16th. So that's not a bad bounce back considering, what is he, 32nd at one stage towards the end there? So, and they were on target for a win.
Brody Kostecki, 20th, despite that drive-through penalty. Ethan Griggold got back to 15th. Rick Kuznetsov, we spoke about him early in the piece, but then we barely saw him for the balance of the night, back to 19th place. I didn't even get to mention in the end there the guys in the 900 because they dropped out considerably outside, as you'll see there, down to 25th position. They were on the comeback trail, but they got caught up in some garbage late in the piece. They dropped out of the top 20. Brian Borg, Brenton Hodgson, Andre Youssef, for those guys to be there, 23rd, 24th, 25th. My goodness gracious me. That tells you the sort of night we've had. Teo Serrano got back to 21st. Josh Anderson, a late drive-through for 27th. And then Freeman, Pereira, and Freer. And still they come, ladies and gentlemen. The results page ticks over to page number 4. Sean McNamara and Sam Mann makes a good point because there's still post-race penalties and other things to be applied yet, time penalties, etc. So it's all provisional, and I hope the stewards are booked out the weekend. I hope they've got nothing planned and nothing on. They've got a bit of tape to review here. Jordan Ross, Brady Baldwin, he's better than 33rd. They got caught up late in the piece. Briggs, Mitchelson, Andre Heimgartner, a tough night for the wildcard entry. Damien Johnston, Forzen Al-Nabi. I mean, they got cleaned up late in the piece, didn't they? And Robert Gibbs and Chad Lewis. And if we roll over, you'll see the rest of the field, the retirements here for Jamie Dyke. 3 laps down in the end for those guys after a late race drama. Dylan O'Shea was 6 laps down. That was the late race safety car. And then Matty Bowler and Hayden Veld, of course, that monumental incident that was the defining pivotal moment of the race with that safety car being thrown and catching the leaders out in the strategy game. So at this point in time, we've got Andrew Gilliam and Jimmy Golding joining us in the booth. And I think it's fair to say, Sam, man, I'm going to let you have send the first question in the direction of our race winners tonight. I don't think we or they were expecting to be here with 1 lap to go.
Incredible effort from the Lobs guys. And Andrew, first of all, we'll start with you. What an incredible race. You had a little bit of everything in that one and walked away with the victory.
Oh, man. What a roller coaster of a race. Oh, that is so awesome. Unfortunately, that move to an alternative 5-stint race didn't quite work out for us, and we hit a heap of traffic. But Jimmy's second stint got me up to 24th from like mid-30s on track, just carving up the field, driving consistent. And then, I was just eyes forward, pushing as hard as I could. I don't think I've raced that well for a very long time. That was just awesome.
James, you can jump in while we're chatting to Andrew, because obviously you played a massive part in this too, and that's all part of endurance racing. What were you thinking sort of halfway through? Did you put any money on the fact that you'd probably walk away with a win here tonight?
No, I didn't think so, but towards the end I knew Gilly had heaps of pace there, obviously setting the fastest lap, and just being there at the end is what I knew we had to do. Doing a lot of endurance races in real life, just treating it the exact same, and basically that's what we did. We had a few 50-50 calls where we definitely made the right decision throughout the race, and probably didn't really look like we were really contending at any point until we did get close to the end. So awesome drive by Gillian. Unbelievable to get the win. I was pretty surprised, but I knew with a few laps to go that just keep in the mix and it was going to turn its head at some point. So unreal.
You boys probably didn't see, but throughout the broadcast, there was a lot of teammates coming together. So, yes. Andrew, we go back to you. You would have just been gobsmacked a little bit seeing teammates come together.
Oh, man. I think Jimmy's ears might be bleeding. when I was up the inside of Griff out of turn 3, I just couldn't help myself. I was just screaming to the mic, go! Oh, man. I haven't felt a rush like that in a long time. Just seeing the floodgates open in front of me after all that effort to get up into the podium. Oh, man. It's unreal feeling.
And it's a huge credit to you, you and Jimmy, but that whole Lobs team, like, yous were on for a top 5, like, to round out the top 5 with all the Lobs cars. Like, unfortunately, that coming together spoiled that party. Worked out nicely for you two individually, but man, a strong effort from the Lobs boys to be in that sort of position in an endurance race and to almost take out the top 5.
Oh yeah, I can't thank the team enough. Like, just qualifying alone, just locked out the first 3 rows, and then that second last safety car. It's unfortunate. Jared and Brody got a bit unlucky there, but I was just like, wait, is that top 5 doing after all of that? We're back together again. This is awesome. And it's just a credit to the team, like, especially Brody masterminding the setup. Like, the amount of effort these guys put in behind the scenes, like, they deserve this sort of result.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's run like a proper race team, and everyone puts in 100% effort, and it all comes down to all the hard work, because the car was really fast at the end of the day. We've seen that all our cars are at the front, and to come out on top is just awesome, and good to reward the boys with it.
I like what you touched on there, James, where you're saying this sort of thing helps you in the real world as well, because yes, it's on a digital platform, but you've got a co-driver that's got the race in your hands as well. So you've got 2 people taking part in it. You got so many different situations as far as safety cars and all sorts of things that can play out. So mentally, it's probably a good challenge for you guys with endurance season.
Oh, definitely. I mean, when Gilly put the thing on the front row, I was shitting bricks starting the race. I was probably more nervous than a real race. No word of a lie. The heart rate was up and everything was going. So, really enjoyed racing on the sim, and to do it with Gilly and win that, mate, that was unreal. And I still got a smile on my face now.
Zach, before I let them sort of thank anyone, do you want to ask anything, Zach?
Yeah, why not? I mean, Andrew, with regards to you and the teammates, I mean, obviously, I described it on commentary as sibling rivalry gone wrong, really. No one wanted to let the other one win. However, it worked out beautifully for you. But what does it mean in terms of you guys and thinking about the bigger picture of the championship here? I mean, obviously, your teammate Dylan Rudd finishes second tonight, and because of the shortfall for the guys that caught out by that safety car, he's now going to be the championship leader for the overall Logitech series. Which is more important for you guys at the moment? Are you just focused on these 3 bigger races, or are you worried about the overall picture of the 12 rounds and when we go back to sprint racing in October?
We're worried about the rest of the season and the championship. We want to lock out that top 5 graphic each week, coming in and out, just strong performances. So yeah, and to touch on the inter-team racing, it's tough because there's 6 of us locking out the top 3 rows. We all want to win and we all want a podium. So yeah, people are going to miss out every time. So it's unfortunate. There was a little bit of contact, which is a little disappointing for the overall result of the team. But yeah, typically like when we comfortably got a cushion to our competitors, like we'll race as hard but as clean as possible.
And it'd be remiss of me not to ask you blokes about the big news that dropped from iRacing this morning. I mean, Jimmy, it has implications with regards to you guys, no doubt getting some prep time for real-world commitments as well. But how nice that iRacing's paying a couple of visits to South Australia, and Gen 3's on the way to the platform as well.
Yeah, no doubt. I think it's going to be really good for iRacing. We know how much following Supercars has around the world, and for us to get on and do some laps in something that's close to replicating what we do in real life is just awesome, because we do have limited testing and makes our job a bit harder, so we do whatever we can where we can, and we'll be maximising that as soon as it comes out.
And Interlagos is certainly a little bit different to Simmons, but at least in 3 weeks' time, Standout will serve as good preparation for the real world.
Yeah, I reckon I'll probably sweated more tonight in the sim than what I will down in Tassie, freezing my arse off. But yeah, we'll see how we go. Definitely dialed in the driving. Gilly's given me a few tune-ups, so should be looking good.
And Andrew, I mean, obviously, comment with regards to what's coming to iRacing, but also how nice to be able to bring the real-world stars into your world for a couple of nights a year, and work with them for your championship, but also just to see where you guys stack up against one another. There would have been a few people looking at the names on the entry list tonight thinking, oh geez, we might have a point to prove here.
Firstly with the Gen 3, I've been waiting all year for it, so to finally get an announcement, I can't wait to get into it. Reset the playing field and have a challenge learning to set up a new car. It is cool. Every round, every year, every enduro season, it's becoming more and more, the real superstars in main game, real racing. So it's really exciting to see a real big crossover and the world taking sim racing so seriously now.
Indeed, and just having a look at the results for some of the guys around you tonight, that's going to bring you right up into championship contention provisionally. 400 points. You were a little bit out of the fight there coming into the night. I think it was about 258 points, if I've done my maths right. But 400 compared to Madison's had a shocker, finished outside the top 15. Brady Myers, of course, fell down the order late in the piece there as well. So this has done your championship the world of good.
Yeah, unfortunately, working full-time in supercars, they've missed one race that I was flying out on the Wednesday. I haven't checked in the future, but after having to miss that race to go to Townsville, my shift is just 100%, let's win every race we can. I'm not too concerned with the championship now. I know I said in that article earlier in the year, it's all about consistent results, but that's definitely flipped on its head now. I'm just out for some silverware.
All right, and silverware you've got, because you've got the victory tonight, the W, 400 points to the good, looking good for the Enduro Cup. We're going to let you guys go because we've got second and third standing by, but congratulations on the effort tonight. Let's have you guys thank sponsors and whatnot on the way out. And of course, from me, before Sandman lets you go, all the best for the rest of the campaign.
Yeah, thank you very much, mate. Just big shout out to Doing Okay, Ryco Performance, Hybrid Racing Simulations, and just the whole Lobs Esports team for everything you guys do. And yeah, big shout out to the your commentary team and Race Control, everyone who puts this event together. It's an awesome event. It just keeps getting better.
Yeah, it was unreal. A pleasure to be a part of it. So, great job, guys, and can't wait to race again in it.
There you go. Our race winners for what an unbelievable race as it turned out to be. Congratulations, guys. Go and soak that up because that was an absolute cracker. And now we head to second place, and we're going to drag these guys into the studio. So Dylan Rudd.
They are.
Dylan, mate, congratulations. You guys saw a little bit of everything in that race, and yeah, it certainly got interesting, especially in those last couple of laps.
Yeah, it was definitely a exciting race. Lots of action going on throughout the whole entirety of the race. So yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And amazing effort from both yourselves, but the whole team too. To be in that position towards the end, to have the top five, nearly to take out the top five at the end, that's an impressive stat for you guys. And yeah, it shows that you've had an incredible lead up to this race.
Yeah, the prep was good. All the Lobs cars were very fast this round, which was always good to see. And Gianni put in two mega drives at this first two stints to put us in a good position.
How was prep leading up to this with you and Gianni? Were you quietly confident?
Yeah, I think so. I think our prep was good, so I think we were quite confident coming into this round. Obviously, didn't know how we're going to stack up with all the other teams and stuff, but I think pretty confident with our pace.
And Gianni, we'll let you jump in here, mate. Tell us a bit about your night. Obviously, P2, you're pretty happy with that, but it's a little bit of swings and roundabouts for these endurance races. So much happens throughout, from start to finish.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you. It's yeah, obviously my first race in a V8 supercar for quite a while. Obviously, yeah, me and Dylan did it quite a bit a few years ago when we raced at a separate team all that time ago. But yeah, obviously it was great to get back in, obviously with Doing Okay, sponsoring the Lobs Esports team, and obviously hop in with the boys and yeah, give it a red hot go for this enduro period. But yeah, I think it was very much just mainly about just trying to get the laps in and just get myself acquainted with the car again, and obviously just understanding, I guess, what it takes to drive these cars at the top level of Australian motorsport and esport with these V8 supercars. So yeah, no, it was really good, and yeah, big thank you to all the boys, and obviously Dylan as well for all the assistance they gave me over the past few weeks of prep. And obviously it's a good place to be going into the next few rounds, and obviously we pushed Dylan back up into the championship lead again. So yeah, positives all around tonight, so it was really good.
And that was my next question, Dylan. It obviously bodes well for a good points day. A little bit difficult for your teammate Jared Filsell, falling a little bit back throughout the order, and we don't know where those final placings are going to be, but a good points day for you.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously unfortunate to see what happened to Jared and James there at the last lap, but yeah, obviously I'm sure they'll be back up the pointy end in the last few rounds.
Well, we're slowly running out of time here, boys. Is there anyone you want to thank? It's been an incredible race, and congratulations to you guys. But before we let you go, who do you want to thank?
It's like thank all the guys in Lobs Esports. So it's been, we've all worked well together in the lead up to this round, and then our sponsors Doing Okay, HRS Simulations, and Ryco Performance.
And Gianni, you want to thank anyone?
Yeah, obviously, big thank you for the Lobs Esports boys. Obviously, this is my first race that I've worked with them, and obviously a big thanks to them for letting me step in with Dill to do the job. And yeah, obviously, like Dylan said, Doing Okay. Obviously, myself and Jack come on board to help the team out, obviously, for the rest of the season. So yeah, it's been great working with them so far, and obviously Ryco Performance and HRS as well. They're obviously make what tonight happen, and looking forward to the next round. Should be good.
Congratulations, guys. We'll let you go and soak this one up. All the best. It's been an absolute ripper of a race, and we'll see you at the next round. And Zach, I believe you've got our third place drivers there, Luke Rosella and Richie Stanaway.
Yeah, and let's have a quick chat to them here, Sam. And as you say, we're a little bit short for time. It is 8 minutes past 11 on the eastern seaboard. But let's start with Luke Rosella. I'm perplexed as to how that all came about, mate, because when we look at how the night played out, you guys were in the thick of it in the war of battle, caught up in an incident in the second to last stint. Then that safety car got deployed, bunched the field back up, and again, you benefited from James and Griffin's come together and in onto the podium there. What an extraordinary night for you guys.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, we're fairly busy all night. Just want to thank Richie. Like he drove absolutely amazing. Didn't put a foot wrong. Got me in a good position to finish it off. But yeah, we we gambled on an undercut on that, just an absolute mess in front of us in the second to last stint when Brody was, backing up the whole field. So yeah, we gambled on that. Got a sort of ill-timed safety car, and we're sort of debating if staying out was the right call. Turned out it was, but yeah, I mean, I really had nothing to really fight with when I had half all my teammates behind me. But yeah, that's a bit of an incident at the last lap. We definitely benefited from that and got a podium, so can't complain about that.
How do you reckon the post-mortem is going to go down on the back of that last lap incident, by the way? Because you were staring down a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I mean, all these results still provisional, of course, folks. But that could have been a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to complement what was a very dominant qualifying performance from your team.
Yeah, I think the debrief's actually going on right now in our own Discord, so I'm missing out on a bit. But nah. I mean, it's hard. It's hard when you're racing teammates. Like, we all want to win, and obviously James was in a position to get the win there. But yeah, you got to be careful. And yeah, I haven't probably looked at it, but yeah, we're all get together and talk about it. But yeah, it's always so hard to race your own teammates. But yeah, like I said, we me and Richie benefited from it and got a podium, so can't complain about that.
And on that note, we might bring in your superstar co-driver here. By gee, you blokes have recruited well, haven't you? I mean, two well-credentialed supercar pilots, and I mean, in Richie's case, I think I'm right in saying there's an enduro win in the real world there to your name as well, mate. I mean, what an extraordinary night, and a great couple of stints from you right in the thick of it. There wasn't too much in the way of processional racing tonight. It was elbows out from first until last, or at least that's what it appeared like from the commentary box. How was it from the cockpit?
Yeah, I think Luke and I are both pretty stoked to come away with a third there. We didn't have the cleanest race, got caught up in an incident, and yeah, there's that second to last safety car probably wasn't ideal. We just had a bit of a tyre delta to deal with, but yeah, Luke did an awesome job and obviously capitalized on that incident at the end there. But yeah, it's just a mega way to kick off these enduros with a good solid result. Yeah, huge thanks to Brody for putting in a lot of work to just push everyone forward on the setup side, and yeah, and just to Luke as well for doing a great job tonight. It's a very tough series. Yeah, it's a pretty big effort to get through these long races at this sort of level. So yeah, it's very tough series, and looking forward to the next two races.
Sandman was asking your colleague there, of course, the race winner James Golding, about how this helps or hinders his prep for real world events, because let's face it, we don't race the supercars at the Interlagos circuit in the real world. I could only imagine the spectacle it would be if we did. But how does a co-driver experience like this in the lead up to the business end of the supercars season as well? The Enduro is just around the corner. How does this work in terms of helping you with your prep?
Yeah, it's a tough question to answer, actually. I haven't been on my sim that much this year, just because I've been trying to figure out just a bit of detail and what I'm missing in the real car. But now I'm sort of starting to wonder if maybe I should have been spending a bit
bit more time on my sim. Just did a race last weekend to warm up for this, and I think it is just good practice to just be racing at this level of intensity. I think it's a good thing to do.
I'm going to two-part question here. I'm going to throw the question out to get Luke to answer it first, and you second, mate. With regards to the championship fight here, this will vault you up the order just nicely, Luke. Coming into the night, I was having a look at the points coming in, 884. So you're a fair chunk off the leaders here, but the reality of the matter is that these next 3 rounds where double points are on offer could bring you right back into that top 10 contention, possibly, maybe even higher, if you continue to tick the boxes the way you did tonight.
Yeah, after the engine failures I had and the sort of poor results I had at the start of the season, I think battling for the top 5, top 3 was probably off the cards in the points. So I think the last few rounds I'm really trying to buckle down, get some consistent finishes to get me into that top 20, because I'm going to be honest, don't really want to go through a whole qualifying series to get back into this championship next year. But yeah, this is really good for my my points haul, just need to keep it consistent until the rest of the season, and hopefully we can get inside that top 20.
And Richie, I guess the variance on the question for you is when you're coming in to this role, as I say, being a co-driver in the past, you're familiar with playing the role in the real world. But when you're coming in here to assist a guy that's got a 12-round campaign going, and there's just 3 that are in the midst of it that require a co-driver, what's your approach like? Is it based on how he's faring in the championship, and in this instance, he's not necessarily in contention? Do you go in with an approach of just making the best of these 3 rounds, or do you look at it as hang on, we've got a point to prove here and we can run caution to the wind?
I think when you're doing the driver role, you just always try to be as quick as possible without really taking any risk, so that you're not affecting the main guy's race or championship. I'll just continue that same mindset into the next 2 races. I actually feel more under pressure when I do these sim races than I do co-driving in real life, because I don't feel as confident in the sim as I do in a real car. So I'll maybe try and practice a bit more for the next 2, just so I'm a bit more confident.
Last one before I let you go, because I know we're short for time, and I know you guys have got to thank some sponsors as well. So this is the last one from me, because I asked the race winners, the Bend and also the Adelaide Parklands coming to this server, and Gen 3 as well. What are your thoughts on that? That was the big news that all Australian sim racing fans, and particularly supercar fans, woke up to this morning. I might start with you on this one, Richie, because of your comments there a few moments ago about working with the real world car, and how it now being soon to be available on the sim server may be able to assist you with that.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to test the new car yet, so hopefully there's some good correlation there that we can achieve before it's released.
And what about having the Bend and the home of the Adelaide 500 on the server now? Is that something that you're looking forward to?
Yeah, I think it's just good to have more Australian tracks, so we can pad up the calendar for these supercar leagues as much as possible with relevant tracks, without having to race on these tracks that aren't quite as relevant to us.
Yeah, very well put. And obviously, Luke, to finish with you, iRacing, I've said it on other servers and in other areas that I commentate in this platform. I feel as though iRacing had a big influx of clientele during COVID, many of whom have stayed on because, well, it's become part of the life now, so we find a way to juggle it in amongst everything else now that the world's gone back to normal. But when we look at the way in which iRacing has had to somewhat reinvent itself in recent times to keep up with the demand and also the influx of interest. The Tempest weather system was a big step forward. There's been some big inroads in GT3 recently, but now They're coming to supercars with 2 new Aussie circuits and the Gen 3 cars, and that reinvents the wheel in this championship, no doubt, going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an Adelaide boy, so I am absolutely stoked.
Chomping at the bit,
yeah, two home tracks on, a sim like iRacing. I never would have believed this. I would have thought you were joking if you told me this 3 or 4 years ago. So yeah, this is unbelievable. I know there's a good version for Adelaide for Automobilista and Assetto Corsa, but this one that's going to come out, I don't know, within the next 3 years it's going to be the next level. It's going to be amazing. So I'm really excited.
Indeed, we're looking forward to that immensely. And as an Adelaide boy, no doubt Malala probably needs to be chucked into the mix there at some point as well. However, we won't get greedy. Let me get some thank yous from you guys. Whoever you want to thank now, the floor is yours.
So yeah, first off, I want to thank Doing OK, HRS, and Araco Performance Center. I want to thank Richie for his driving tonight. Unbelievable. Great speed. I want to thank Bush on all the work he did, and all the work that all the other drivers did throughout the week. It's really, really paid off. You could see it. So yeah, we'll keep this up for the rest of this season.
Richie?
Nothing for me. That covers it.
Perfect. Hey, guys, well done. A team 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, as we've already detailed. Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations, and good luck with the rest of the campaign as well. We'll see you at Sandown.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah.
Sandman, I'm getting the wind up here. So final thoughts from you. What an extraordinary night. The Lobs Esports stable, they've really made a statement here coming into this Enduro Cup. They locked out the first few rows of the grid and then backed it up with 5 of the top 6 positions in the race as well.
Yeah, absolute cracking race. We saw so much, and of course, for me, the heartbreak is Rehan and Madison down. They obviously got caught out with that safety car, but that's racing. Bring on Sandown, I say.
A few people licking their wounds, no doubt. Hey, mate, thanks for having me on board tonight, filling in for Scotty Rankin and looking after me as well on my debut in the series. I've greatly enjoyed it, but you are the voice of the supercars here on Logitech G Pro Invitational Series. So I'm no doubt looking forward to catching up and hearing you and Scotty in action for the final 2 rounds of the championship as far as the Enduros are concerned, and then the final 2 sprint rounds as well. But thanks for having me on board tonight and take me under your wing. I appreciate it.
No worries, mate. Good to have you on board, and hopefully we'll see you around the trap soon.
Possibly so. Hey, there it is, folks. The Logitech G Pro Invitational Series 8th round done and dusted. The first of the True Force Enduro Cup. What a spectacle it was. And as we said at the top, it was always going to be an incredibly entertaining night, given the circuit, the lay of the land, and the competitiveness of this series, because Interlagos always throws up good racing, but I don't think we could have envisaged anything like the show that these guys have delivered throughout the course of the last 4 hours nearly. So we hope that you've enjoyed that as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. Stick around for more throughout the course of the rest of the season, remembering full well that the next round is, as you just saw on your screen there a few moments ago, the Sandown 500. It'll be this time in 3 weeks. It'll be Friday, August 30. We're looking forward to your company for that. On the way out, a big thanks to all the crew here that put it together, and a big thanks to those that played their role in allowing me to fill in the seat for Scott Rankin tonight. I've greatly enjoyed it, but thankfully I haven't wrecked the seat for him. It's safe and in one piece and ready to be handed back to him for the next time out. We know that Scotty's tuning in tonight, mate, so hope all is well. On behalf of the crew here, congratulations to the Lobs Esports stable. They have swept the podium in the opening round of the Enduro Cup, the True Force Enduro Cup, which continues in 3 weeks' time, and of course the series running through until November 13. On behalf of the crew here, I'm Zach Cabin. Until we see you next time for the Sandown 500, have a great evening. Bye for now.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Baba, what are we playing?
Ya lo sabéis, it's Halo Day.
Yeah, one sec.
He's playing football, isn't he?
这家伙, you know he fancies himself a footballer. Oh, whatever. Look, your love makes me strong, but your hate makes me invincible. All right, let's get on Halo then. Let's go.
Ready.
Dale.
You got my back this time, right? You got
Chill, chaval. I won't ghost you this time.
I'm going hallway.
I got right. Uno fuera.
Oh, not gone down. Lock in. Next kill wins it.
Where is he? No lo veo.
Nisha, you hear that?
Quick on him, top left.
Bet. I'll push it. He's one shot.
Game over.
Got him.
Well played.
Same time tomorrow then.
We'll see.
Bye-bye.
Ciao, nos vemos.